Good morning. Let me know if any of you are here in the chat. Anyone around yet? I'm just getting some stuff set up, but I don't know if anyone's here and how quick I should be. I think I've got everything set up. I'm not sure if anybody's here in the stream or in the chat. Let me know. Okay. Good morning. It's noisy in here and it comes across on the mic. You can hear it all. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. Is there anything I can do about that? How is everybody this morning? I don't think anyone's actually here. Let's see. I'm just looking at adding some filters here. I'm just looking to add some filters to the audio. Give me a second. Okay, let's see if that helps. Check, 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 check. I don't know if this is helping. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see if that helps at all. If anyone's around to tell me about the audio, that would be ideal. Oh, hello. There are people in the chat. Tell me how the audio sounds, because it's very hard for me to test it. Do I sound okay? Do I sound mad? Can you hear me at all? Clear, she says. Test, test, test. Okay, cool. The game you can't hear at the moment because it does this horrible thing where it doesn't play audio for apps right in the background. Mm, I feel like there should be a way to fix that. So I'm in my work in progress garage conversion at the moment. Let's see if we can get slightly better. Might move the monitor down a little bit. It's a very haphazard setup, which I did in a big rush last night. So forgive me if things are a bit weird. That's a bit better. And my microphone is decided to go all wonky, which is great. And it's cold. The traffic noise is really high. So it's all a bit weird. Um, I want to see. Yeah, I would love to know how to stop the background games muting their audio, but I don't really have time to Google it just now. That's something I can look up later. Let's see. Let's do a quick look at donations. So here we are once again. It's a new year for the Cheese Thieves fundraisers. the gas ram on my chair keeps lowering me down, which is wonderful. I'm enjoying that. Everything's going very smoothly. We set a lower target this year. Let's see where we are. As usual, we set a conservative target and then we up it as we get donations. This year, I think we were all pretty busy and exhausted, and we couldn't really promote it as much as we wanted. So I think we'll have to see where we go. But we've had a lot of good donations so far. Let's have a look at some of the recent ones. Cheese on chips. That's a big donation. Cheese on chips, wonderful thing. If it could be anthropomorphized into some kind of benevolent entity, I guess it would donate money. I hope so. I've put plenty of money into Cheese on Chips. It's about time that Cheese on Chips put some money back. The fam, not sure which. Some anonymous. Cheese Thief Kids. So as I understand it, one of the Cheese Thief Kids did an emergency stream yesterday, and that's probably where these donations came from. That's really cool. I will have to catch up on it later. Lovely Bjorn, lovely Benny, lovely Conrad, lovely Sai. Loads of great donations. Mags there. I love it. Really good. Let's see where we can get to today. I don't know if my donation alerts are working or not. So I can't tell. Oh, look. Look at that. You get a little sneak peek there. I don't know if my donation alerts are working. So I don't know if we'll hear or see when a donation comes in. Test that. Right, I'm gonna play serious mystery games today, but I thought I'd start off with something casual because I'm very tired. Now, I was planning to play Is This Seat Taken? Now, I think Catherine has just said in the chat that this one is strangely emotional, which wasn't necessarily the vibe I was going for first thing in the morning. Let me just change the stream to say that I'm playing this game. Bonk. Bonk. Okay, so I'm gonna play this for a little bit, just until I start to feel a bit more awake, and then I'll shift to something a bit more serious. Tell me if there are any issues, tell me if the audio is low, tell me if you can't see something, tell me if you're bored of seeing my face, tell me if the audio sounds weird because I've just added a bunch of random filters without testing them to try and cut out the fact that you can hear every car that goes past, because this wall here does not have any insulation in it yet, and also a big hole where the door should be, so you can hear everything that happens outside, which isn't great, but let's have a look. Before I do, oh wait, is this automatic now? Do we have complaints? Oh, I don't want to know about that yet. I want to see if there's subtitle-y things or we need to care about that. Seems to be okay. Rumble. I did think about picking this up on the Switch, and since I'm not going to play this to completion today, I guess I still can. Wondered. I weirdly feel like I thought this game was published by Panic, but it's because I'm mixing up with the weird point-and-click adventure game with a British vibe that I've forgotten the name of. Anyway, let's play. Barcelona. Hi there. Would you kindly place me in the vehicle? So again, tell me if you want volume improved or anything like that. This is James, he's adult. That is, I expect a bin, but it does look like a cannon. Oh, I got that. Okay, cool. Right. Can't put him anywhere other than a seat. Quick escape closest to the door. There are no other passengers waiting. Could you press the confirm button? Oh, that's not the confirm button. That's the confirm button. No. So, yeah, I couldn't pick up the litter. Couldn't put it back in the bin. There was a game a long time ago, like a flash game, which I can't remember the name of it, but it was about placing men the correct urinal, which is going to sound really weird, but it was, you know, the conceit was, it was this whole like toxic masculinity thing. It's like, where is the correct place to stand? And it was suggesting that there's this kind of like background logic that happens with all men about urinal selection. And so it would critique, you know, obviously if there's 4 urinals and there's somebody standing at the far right, you're going to go to the far left. If there's somebody standing in the middle, which, because there's 4, it's going to be like this one here, so you're going to stand at this one. And then it had a bunch of, you know, it went on forever, and it was funny. I don't think I played it to exhaustion, but it was funny in a observational humor kind of way. And when I saw the trailer for this, it immediately made me think of that. Can you let me sit next to the window? Of course, there's 2 of us in 2 window seats. That infers that I'm tired. That infers that the square person, whose name I didn't see, wants to sit next to the window as well. Oh, hold on. I want to be alone. I want to be by the window. Okay. Wouldn't call that alone, but I get it. Some oat shaker, which I'm not sure about. And I'm going to put it in this cold black coffee. Ooh, that looks like a mistake. I did not expect it to be so viscous. Ooh. I will have to go and get some food and stuff in a bit, because the weird thing about being in a garage is everything's far away. Food, toilets, things like that. So we'll have to go out in the cold to get food. This ride is on me. Go ahead. You're the famous writer. Come on, it's just a little indie movie. I'd give anything to be in a little indie movie. I think you can just be in a little indie movie, can you? What YouTube's about. I wish you'd auditioned for it. I know. Okay, achievements for meeting characters. I feel like this is going to have a lot more story than I expected. Let's see. Alexis wants to be by the window. Ray wants to be by the window. Nat wants to be with Alexis. Well, that just solves itself, doesn't it? This is a horrible combination. I think my oat shaker might be back. Oh, did they just spontaneously combust? Did the taxi just destroy them? Is it like the train announcements where it says that the service will be terminated at the next stop? Okay. No story here. A big vehicle, a sleeping driver, more litter that you can't go away. Okay. I want to be alone. I want to be by the window. I want to be with Goran. I want to be by the window. I want to be alone. I want to sit in the direction of the vehicle. I want to be with Olivia. So direction of the vehicle, I assume we mean direction of travel. Doesn't need to be by a window. Is there a window there? I guess there's not a window here. Does that count as by the window? I want to be alone, I want to be alone. To Plaza de Catalunya. Once they're sat, can you move them again? Good question. What do you mean? This ain't a taxi? Oops, we just thought it was a really fancy one. Caramba, you're not the group I was supposed to pick up. Well, since you're already here, I'll take you, but don't say nothing to my boss. Thought you weren't a taxi. I forgot to shower. Victor. I forgot to shower. I want to be by the window. So if we put a person that forgot to shower next to another person, that's going to upset the person next to them. But if you put two people that didn't shower next to each other, does it upset them? Let's find out. Oh, look. Stink radius. So stinkies can be next to stinkies. I do not like bad smells. Okay, so some people don't care. So, and I want to be able... So that person can go there. Okay. Yes, we can move them once they're sat. This driver is happy. I want to be alone. I don't like bad smells. Thanks for coming with me to the film festival, Nat. Who am I to turn down a limo ride? I do feel a little out of place, though. You're an actor. You belong here too, surrounded by all these stinky people. I'm just an aspiring actor. You know, I could introduce you to the director. Coming on a bit strong there, Alexis. Who would want to cast a weird shape like me in a movie? Because Alexis is like the same shape as some of the others, but turned around a little bit. Oh!
Thanks for the cheese!
Catherine donated £30. Thank you very much, Catherine. We tested the donation alert. Amazing. I heard it. I'm assuming you heard it. Can I still do my...
Thanks for the cheese!
That's the wrong sound.
As your almighty cheese leader, I command you to steal some cheese!
That works.
Can I have some cheese, please?
Okay, cool. I have the 3 sounds as well that I can trigger. We're good. We're good. Okay. Some of these people say, I don't like bad smells. And I feel like it's implied that if it doesn't say that, they're okay with bad smells. But will we get somebody that says, I love bad smells and I want to be there? I want to be next to somebody who's... Oh, I feel like this is going to be a little tricky. Okay, let's put you guys there. Keep the stink zone as isolated as possible. I think actually, can we swap? Okay, cool. That keeps the stink zone small. Different degrees of happiness. Did I see... Did I miss like a very happy, slightly happy thing? I don't know, honey. I don't think this movie is appropriate for kids. Please, please, please. Okay, but don't expect to sleep in our bed tonight. It's never happened before. Remember what happened when we saw the hexagon? Oh, I see. Whatever, that was just one time. I'm gonna change my heating setup. Give me 1 second. got a fan heater on in here, so it's probably a little bit noisy. Tell me if it's too noisy and I'll do something about it, but it's very cold in here. Okay, let's see. So I see numbers here. I suspect people are going to have a preference about row. I eat popcorn. I do not want to be next to a kid. I really hope it's not going to have, like, I have a peanut allergy. I eat popcorn. I want to be in row 2. I want to be with my parent. Well, yeah. I want to be with Anta. I want to be in row 3. I want to be with my parent. I eat popcorn. I cannot see from far away. I want to be with my parent. I want to be with Mer. I want to steal popcorn. Whoa. This kid doesn't have a parent. Is this some rogue agent? Okay. So that's the strongest concern. Right, there was one that... Does that count as width? No. I eat popcorn. I do not want to be next to a kid. I want to be with Mer. I want to be with Anta. I want to be in row 3. Okay. What if the parent doesn't want to be next to their kid? Yeah. I took my eldest to the cinema a while ago to see the Minecraft movie. And I think it's the first time we've been to the cinema. And it was lovely. I can see why people didn't necessarily like that film. But I think going to see it with a kid was very joyful. But just seeing the excitement of a kid going to the cinema for the first time and the spectacle of like getting the snacks and everything, it was good. Real good. Okay, there's nobody that has a specific row restriction. No, this one does. Okay. Okay. Hey, that actor on the screen looks just like me. They're here at the festival. Want to go say hi? Maybe later. Go on, Nat. You know you want to. It's what you've always wanted. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm ready yet. It's too much pressure. Alright, I won't push you. We can go get something to eat instead. I'm starving. I'm actually really hungry as well. I'm so glad that you like Hat Wars too. I love the series, but I can't stand the fans. They all wear those stupid cowboy hats that block the screen. Oh, I thought those were collectible popcorn buckets. They are, but they're hat-shaped, so what do you think everyone does with them? Oof. So, you could probably draw a line here on the camera at the top of my head, and every so often you'll see that I drop lower than it because the gas ram on the seat just goes dunk. Oh, it's gone again. I did mean to fix it. I'm wearing my big hat. Good for you, Parrot. I want to be near the center of the room. I do not like bad smells. I eat popcorn. Sergi. I want to be in row 2. I eat popcorn. Do not want to sit in a dirty seat. I forgot to shower. You can't have it both ways. If you are bringing the dirt. Oh no! Ugh. On steel popcorn. I'm wearing my big hat. I cannot see from far away. Now we can't steal popcorn. Oh no, that's not a popcorn person. So if you put a hat in front of anybody, it blocks them, right? Yeah. Both of those dirty seats. No. Oh, neither of them want to sit in a dirty seat. Okay. I'll do surgery. I do not want to sit in a dirty seat. Oh, this is a pain. Okay. This is a tricky one.
Thanks for the cheese.
Oh, thank you, Serena. I appreciate it. I'm doing things that are silly because I'm doing a little Powers of Hanoi thing in my head. The two that are tricky, in fact, let's reset. I'd like a quick reset button, that'd be nice. Right, so the two that are tricky are the two that want to sit next to each other but don't want to sit in a dirty seat. So this one and this one, okay? So they need to be together, but they both want a clean seat. So we need two clean seats together, which means here, here, or here. But wherever they are, they will stink the place out. Which, if we do that, it makes these two stinky seats. If we go up here, it makes these two and that one. This person needs to be in the front row, but blocks the view. Another big hat who should go at the back, really. Oh, weirdly, big hats. Ah, you can go 2 seats behind a big hat, but not immediately behind a big hat. Okay. This is a row 2 person. This is the center of the room person. This person wants to be with Sergey, but does not want to sit in a dirty seat. Above doesn't work. It has to be immediately next to them. And that's close enough to the center of the room, apparently. Okay. None of the other people have a need for a person. This person wants to be in row 2. Doesn't mind the smell. Eats popcorn. So, Zendaya. Jade. I forgot to shower. I want to sit in... Do not want to sit in a dirty seat. Well... Those people don't seem to be bothered by smells, but don't want that. So, okay, there we go. And a popcorn eater in the back. Okay. I'm not impressed by this banana and coconut oat shaker. Maybe it's because of the coffee that's mixed with. We'll need to go and get food. Okay. I'll play this for another little while, and then I'll go and grab some food, and then I'll start on the game that I want to play today, which last time I played, well, I've been playing a bunch of different mystery games, and I played Case of Golden Idol for the last couple. It's still a DLC I haven't finished for that, and then there's the sequel. But I've been following this game called, what's it called? The Root Trees Are Dead, which was recommended a lot for folks that liked Oberdin, and I loved Oberdin. It was originally, I think, like a free web game with like AI generated art and things like that. It was done on a game jam, I think, and it was super short, or maybe it was just made very quickly. I can't remember. But the dev remade it. Hired an artist, I think, maybe hired a programmer, I can't remember. And it's out. And so I've kind of told myself I'll play that. But let's do a little bit more of this. I want to be next to another kid. I want to sit. Oh, there's standing spots. Okay, I want an aisle seat. I want to be by the window, and I want to be with my parent. I don't like the whole "where is my parent" thing. I don't like making these children sad. Play loud music. Does that bother the driver? Oh, I see. Loud music has an area just like the others. I want to sit. I want to be next to another kid. Okay, this is easy. Didn't need to overthink this one. How is everyone this morning? Okay, so the bus goes to another stop and more people come on. They don't vanish this time. Okay. Loud music people can sit next to loud music people. This is a loud music person that wants to be alone. I want to talk to somebody. I want to be out a window. Nobody listens to me. I want to talk to somebody. I forgot to shower. Ah, somebody did get off though. Ooh. Kids are the ones with the kind of rosy cheeks. Okay, it's warming up nicely in here now. Hey, will you wake me up when we get to school? No fair, you always sleep on the bus. When's it gonna be my turn? You sleep during class. That's the problem. I don't want to get scolded again. I want to sleep. That is not. So... the sleeping ones, do I need to care about that? The stink wakes him up. Oh dear. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. want to sleep. I don't like bad smells. I want to be with Maka. I play loud music. I want to be with Yusuf. So being together means they've got to be... Okay. Are we good? Yeah, I thought about the whole buddy wakes him up thing from the conversation, but it doesn't seem to be a game mechanic. Should have met that actor when I had the chance. Yeah, you should have. I never thought a shape like me could make it in show business. Alright, we'll do one more of these, I think. So you think this... Do you think this group takes requests? Maybe, but I don't know if they'll take yours. I see. Well, are they having a conversation across this entire hallway? Or room? Well, you can't expect riffraff to share my refined taste. I don't get many requests for postmodern... Oh. Neo-Advent something. Pearls before swine. Okay. I'm in the band. I'm in the band. I'm in the band. Apparently they're all multi-instrumentalists. I want to dance. I don't like strong odors. I want to dance. I forgot to shower. I do not want to dance. I want to be with Alexis. Good morning, Gareth. How are you? I do not want to dance. I want to be near the speaker. I am wearing too much cologne. Oh. Ooh, this is going to be tricky. I want to sit. I'm wearing too much cologne. Oh, good. How are you in the chat doing? I'm doing okay. In fact, give me a second. I'm doing okay. Oh, does the cologne kill the stink? What a good question. Who doesn't like the smell? It does not. But they don't seem to affect each other. I was just trying to see if one had more range than the other. So that's the two immediate on either side. And that is, so they're the same range. So they can be next to each other fine. Person who doesn't like strong odors can be over there. To be near the speaker. I want to dance. Hey Nat, remember that actor that looked like you? How could I forget? I should have had the guts to speak to them. Don't stress about it. A rhombus like me doing my dream job. I have so many questions for them. Well, I pulled some strings and found out they're filming in Brussels. Brussels, huh? Maybe it's finally time for me to take a chance. I believe in you. Follow your dream. Thank you, Alexis. I will. How are you this morning, Gareth? Some of our dancers exploded. Okay, cologne person. Cologne person who wants to sit. Oof. I want to dance. I cannot stand loud music, so that means you got to be in the middle, does it? They're loud. So they can be anywhere but the square next to there. So all the Cologne people are together. I want to dance. I don't like loud music. I want to dance. I want to dance. I want to be with Tio. I want to dance. I don't like the smell of cologne. Just about to head out to walk the dog, but I thought I'd drop in. Well, have fun. It's nice to see you. I'm gonna... In a few moments, I'm going to go and get some food. And then I'm gonna switch to a more serious game. So if you want to join for that, feel free. Why did I have a restart at the beginning? Okay, so I finished Barcelona. Why is that not? What? I finished it, but there was still a level? You ordered a bacon roll. Like delivery to your house. It's luxury. It's not enough food. There's plenty to go around. We're supposed to share. Just sit at the side of the table with the dish you want to eat. Oh, I see. Some classic Spanish tapas. Exactly. Everyone can get what they want. There's definitely not enough food. I'm confused about this, because I finished this whole thing. This is an optional one, I guess. But I wouldn't have known that. Okay. I'm getting married. Ooh!
Thanks for the cheese.
Gareth, that's huge. Thank you so much. Ah, I appreciate it, Gareth. Yeah, I'm gonna... Whoa! Knock over a bottle. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'll do this level, and then I'll go and get food, and then I'll play another game, I think. Guilt payment for not doing our own stream this year. It's hard. It's hard to get logistics. I've had to convert a whole garage. Oh, there's a lot here. I want to be close to the newlyweds. What happens if you put... I do not want to share a table with somebody elegant. Is that the people wearing hats? Yeah. Nat. You don't want to be next to a kid? I didn't know that about you, Nat. Maybe it's just because you drink too much. I want to eat cheese. Me too. Okay, so you got to be in one of the seats kind of towards it. Let's try and see if there's anybody else that wants to be with the newlyweds. Okay. Right, so that's that sorted. Who needs to be with somebody? There's a kid that wants to eat fish, or cheese, rather. So we could potentially do that. Oh, wait. I do not want to be next to Alexis. Oh, wow. Okay. Where's the cologne? There. Oh, the cologne goes really far. problem. So Natalia can go over here. Uh, I wants to be next to a kid. Whoa. Okay, cool. I kind of want to do the very first one of Brussels and then stop. This is a very cool game. Wait a minute, I know you. Of course you do, from the movies. Like, yeah, I'm a movie star, kiddo. A star? You look more like a rhombus to me. You don't say. I feel like Luca's not going to be a good egg. Right, I'm actually going to stop here. This is very cool. I'm going to stop here and get some food. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes, and then I will play the next game. Okay? I'll leave the music on for you. I'm back. Hello. Maybe I lost you all. I was gone for ages. Change game. Is anybody still here? Seems quite loud. Let's change this. How are you all doing? Is anybody still here? I don't think anybody's here. Oh well. I'm gonna give it a few minutes, just see if anybody joins back. Really upsetting me how the chair just keeps lowering. So, I assume nobody else is coming. I'm gonna turn this music down even further. I can't tell if I've got my own volume set too high, or it's just really loud. Okay. Yeah, I'm excited about this game. I played Oberdin. Sparkling water's about to go everywhere. I played Oberdin a number of years ago for the charity stream and absolutely loved it. Really, really good game. And it worked really well as a live stream game. I was able to talk about my logic. I was able to talk about what I was seeing, what I was perceiving. Really enjoyed it. It's one of my best games experiences, both playing it and streaming it. And of course, there aren't a lot of games like that. Lucas Pope did something really special there. So I looked for similar things, and obviously so did lots of other people. There were lots of forum posts about what can I play if I enjoyed this game, kind of stuff. I think this game was made, I said earlier, I think it was made in a game jam or something like that. I think it was made quite quickly. It's done by one person, I believe. I think it might have used AI placeholder art and things like this. But people said it was very, very good. I wanted to try it, but because of this event and because I'd enjoyed Oberdin, played in this way. Sorry, I'm just sorting out my microphone at the same time. I thought I would hold off, use it for one of the live streams in the future. But then, the dev said that they were making a new version, good art and stuff like that. So I held off even further, and then I got distracted with what's it called? Golden Idol, which is another fantastic game, and played that I think the last couple of years. And I do still want to play that, and to be honest, I'd love to be playing the DLC of that and also the sorry if I'm making noise with this microphone, I'm just trying to get it right. The sequel looks amazing, and I might play that later depending on how this goes, but I think I've been waiting a while for this, so I'm going to play this. I'm also going to eat some of this guacamole that I made. Stream snacks, that's what I was going for ages. Tortilla chips, not the best thing to eat on a noisy microphone. But I have a mute button. Right. So one of the things that jumps out at me when I play this, or when I look at this, is the casing of the title, lowercase r, because obviously it's named for this newspaper headline. But it always amuses me when I see it written down and the R is in lowercase. The Butler County Times. It's 1998. I like the 90s for games and things. I see Nick in the chat. I was talking to Nick some time ago about role-playing games. And I like the 90s as a setting because it takes away the troublesome nature of like high-def video and camera phones and the internet. And it's very easy to get into the mindset of the 90s if you live through it by just like, you know, watching a couple episodes of Friends or the X-Files or something. Looking forward to the ASMR munching noises. You have to donate for that. Butler, Pennsylvania. Don't know anything about Pennsylvania. No, I don't. I was going to say they make cheese there, but I don't know if that's true. What happened? The plane crashed last night near Pittsburgh. The only passengers were Carl Roottree, his wife Brenda, and their 3 daughters known as the Roottree sisters. Carl Roottree was the president of the Roottree Candy Company, and it's not clear who will succeed him. So far, local police are not sure what caused the crash. It doesn't really read like a newspaper article. They're calling it one of the most deadly plane crashes in Pennsylvania's history. All passengers and crew perished. Pittsburgh is generally known for pleasant flying conditions, and the weather was not atypical for this time of year. We do not know much at this time, but our sources tell us that local authorities do not suspect terrorism. The crash did not cause any local property damage, and fortunately nobody outside the plane was hurt. That's all very convenient, isn't it? Funeral plans have not been announced, but you can be sure that Butler County Times will cover it to the best of our abilities. A spokesperson for the company has asked that the people respect the families, blah, blah, blah. Okay. We ready? We're going to do this? Root trees are dead. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, I like that loading sound. December 6th, 1998.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottree Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottree and his daughters, the Roottree sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
Okay. Oh.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottree Company's lawyers are scrambling. Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Okay.
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
It very much reminded me of the Master of Unlocking line in Resident Evil.
I'm going to give
Is it
you a
Master of
quick
Unlocking?
test.
Something like that.
Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Am I in... I feel like I tuned out a little bit there because I was a little bit jarred by the voice acting. And I'm not sure I know who I am. I wish I could see what the first thing she said there was. You know, actually. I'd like to actually quit to the main menu and just listen to that again. But I don't know how. Well, I'll do it like this. One sec. Okay. Also, this guacamole that I've made is very spicy. It's spicing me up.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of
Yes, it doesn't
Pittsburgh
actually
is
say where
now
we
known
are.
to have been the private jet of the Roottree Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash.
Do we think that's the
On
dev?
board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottree and his daughters, the Roottree sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors.
Noni.
Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
Okay. Right, girl poster, love it. What's the first thing she says?
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've
Okay.
seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottree
It's a
company's
really weird
lawyers
way
are
to start a
scrambling.
conversation with somebody.
Everything's about to change.
So we still don't know who we are. We can see family tree of the Montjoys and the Bunions, Fothergills, a Riot Girl poster, some mystery Tales of the Suspense poster, a cool leather jacket, a big button phone.
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees.
Best of you, the
A
master of
genealogy
unlocking.
genie, as it were. I'm going to give you a quick test. Path.
Okay. Complete the family tree of the Roottree sisters. Siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest. Examine my evidence, search the internet for clues, fill in the names, fill in the occupations, fill in the photos. Sleuth. The music, which I appreciate it turned down a bit, is reminding me of a detective show. It's like it's at the beginning of what's his name? With the tiny moustache, Poirot. Beginning of ITV's Poirot, I think. Okay, so we can go in and out of this. We can put names in here. They're married. Examine any evidence. Okay, what have we got down here? Family tree, evidence, PC, home, notebook, hints, evidence. Got milk picture. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottree Sisters Got Milk ad. Some famous, like, is it dilettante? Some famous lady of a big family, like your Paris Hilton or somebody like that, did Got Milk, right? I've tracked down a test photo before they painted the fake moustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate, considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our face from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Oh. So we can click on faces. Okay. We could have zoomed in to do that, I guess. And we can move it around, but we can't turn it over or anything like that. List of names. This list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. Okay. Ooh. Okay. I unhighlight that. Yes. Welcome to your notepad. Notepad. On each page, other than this one, you can jot down important information such as names, family relationships, marital status, sibling count, or anything else you'd like to remember. Tips. It's funny because I actually have a whole note-taking thing here. I guess I won't need it. Page titles can be renamed to make it easier to remember what you've written on each one. Highlight any text in your web browser or evidence for the quick option to add to your notes. The entire contents of your notepad are saved even when you quit the game. Don't forget to check them when you return. Family reminders. Siblings. Cousins. Oh no. So I don't really understand how second and third cousins works. I have a very small family. Never really learned it. So now I guess I have to actually learn this. Oh dear. Okay. Okay. Thank you for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end laser color printer or burn a music CD to listen to later. If you want to revisit the search result, be sure to use Netscape Explorer's new history feature. So, I'm a little bit confused about how the notebook's working here. Okay, so this is just a page. And that's taking me back to the page. Oh, okay, I'm getting it. Would have been too much to hope that we would just find a website that talked about that photograph. Okay. So RMS, TMS, men. Oh, I don't see an S. T. Sheridan. Can I not add to that now? Oh, so I can't edit these bits. Tell me Mark Sheridan. I want to make that its own page though. Oh. If I'm on this page and I do that, it goes on to the page that I've got highlighted. Okay, I understand that now. Okay, so let's go back to family tree. Oh. Siblings are in birth order. Rose. No. I don't understand why this is not completing their names. It's not a fuzzy search. Wait. Why is she not on this list? She's not on the list? That's weird, isn't it? Because she changed her name? I mean, she's not the one that got married. Okay, let's search. I've forgotten what it was, though. Rose. I really don't like this spelling. Is it like middle sister syndrome? Where she's just not even written down? Ah, let's see. If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discovery. A good research tip is to make note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. Okay. Oh. It's said right there as well. Okay, so what was the... It doesn't actually say who this was advertisement for. These icons aren't working for me. Cool poster. There's got to be something about this Mountjoy's thing that's relevant. It'd be pretty funny if we could open the door and she was just still standing there. Oh, that's cool. We can actually navigate this space. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Oh, well, hold on. We don't necessarily need to do that yet. Let's look at Riley Root Tree instead. Because it said, when we looked at... No, hold on. I'm jumping ahead. When we looked at the middle sister, who doesn't seem to be in the list, it did say she wasn't as popular as her older sister, who's obviously the married one, but what about the younger sister? Couldn't work out why that text was just appearing on every page, but it's because I hadn't saved it. There we go. Okay, so apparently Roots has released two catalogs every year. 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984, and Reina appeared in almost all of them. There's only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Rootry what's the name for your previous name before you were married? Oh. I can't remember his knee when you're writing that. I can't remember. Where's my chat help? What is it called? What is the name of maiden name? And I'm sure when you write maiden name like that, you write N-E. One of them has an accent on it, I think. I might be wrong. It seems that Brenda Roottree I don't need to put the parents in there. It seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sister's mother and Roots head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottree. There we go. Roottree sisters. Rose. Birthday. Okay. You discover a trivia page that lists common trick questions. The answer to what are the first names of the famous Roottree girls lists the answer Raina, Carly, and Riley. The explanation below the answer states that Rose was originally born Carly Rose Roottree. Apparently her parents had planned to name a son Carl Roottree Jr. After finding out they were having a second daughter, they called her Carly. Sometime in the early 90s, a now preteen Carly strongly expressed her dislike that her sisters had R names, and she was the odd one out. That's where they began to go by her middle name. Okay. There are lots of obituaries that focus on the Roottree sisters' modelling careers. Oh, we already looked at this though. Now, it asks their occupation, but like, is it really just model? But I don't think it is just model, right? And also, how do we know what they look like? It did say that we'd be able to search for pictures. Okay, anything useful about this? Oh, ears pierced. Rose has her ears pierced. Okay. One of them's married. We can't see from the pictures, so we need to go to the evidence. This hand has a wedding ring on it, so she is the married one. Well done. 0 of 50 blood relatives. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You've also locked the following optional entry. Tom Sheridan. Okay.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired. The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The root trees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries. Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable root trees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives. Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out,
I mean, you haven't proved anything to us.
I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
Okay, this is wild. Okay. There's a lot to unpack here. Before the person who hired you returns, every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, portrait, they'll be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional. Placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. Okay. Okay. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in as 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Okay? I don't really understand why this says Gwyneth and Elias, but isn't their names. Okay. Split up. Okay. Okay, right. What have we got now? Notable root trees. This is a list of notable root trees. The person who hired you gave you this list and said everyone on it could be found easily via your search engine. Any entry in the family tree that belongs to someone on this list will be marked with a star. Notable root trees will be crossed out after they are verified and locked. What's this? Intuition. You've been hired in this line of work for a long time. So long, in fact, you've developed a sixth sense of how useful your evidence can be. The numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. At the start of your search, the notables list sets off alarm bells. The list of famous people that you can find via a search engine is pretty rare to get something that useful. Best take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. Okay. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. So do we think they were named after the 5 kids? That's a bit weird, isn't it? Name a flavor of candy after your children? Or do you think they had bad names because it was the 20s and they were really like politically incorrect? Although it does say what's an elderberry anyway, so I guess originally they had different names, but it could still be that they were named in connection to the kids. I'm not really sure why this bit's in the evidence section. Except if we're actually going to be solving some case about who did the crime or whatever. I'm a little bit concerned that these pages it's gonna be just too much. I feel like I'm in a PKMS system and I need to start thinking about how I'm gonna scale that for the future. It's a little bit too real, isn't it? Oh no, my mouse is running out of battery. There we go, fixed. Let's see. Elias Roottree was the founder and first president of the Roottree Candy Company. You find what's essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottree Candy Company. At the top, there's a picture of him and his wife Gwyneth. The picture has been added to your evidence. His biography section has some additional information. Elias is credited. Let's just do it this way. I don't like this mouse cursor thing that's happening. Church periodicals. Wait, hold on. After Five Pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He's quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." The site enthusiastically claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. There are a few more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man. Below that, there's a long list of accomplishments and awards, and one stands out. Like his great-grandson Carl. That's not the way you would really write that, is it? Oh, we need to know magazines and newspapers for this. Okay, fascinating. And before we move on, let's search for... What did I spell it wrong? You find some information on a website for the first Anderson maple farm. So it was hers. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottree was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson maple farm, so long as she was married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with the other flavours. This led to 5 Pieces, which are still found in the stores this day. Though the Roottree Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it's been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. Let's search for 5 Pieces. I think there's no space in it. For marketing materials and various candy history sites, you learn that 5 Pieces are the iconic candy sold by the Roottree Candy Company. Although they're no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 Pieces are small, colourful, shell-coated maple candies that, since the late 20s, have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf. Although they usually have one flavour that looks more like a berry. I feel that's important. The fact that one of them is a berry, I think, is important. There's also a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 Pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2. History of print advertising. Okay. History of print advertising. History of print advertising. Charles Lee. That seems like it should. Oh no, that's a website. Oh no, hold on. I think I'm misunderstanding this. Sorry. So there's a website called History of Print Advertising. It has an advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy. So how does this work? You need to know a periodical, a magazine or a newspaper. I guess a book doesn't count as a periodical. So that's not what I actually thought it was. I misunderstood this part. I feel like I need to... I like that though. Let's go back to evidence. This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Root Tree. It was taken in 1909 after they founded the Root Tree Candy Company, but before it was a success. From what you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Root Trees list new evidence, so we marked at the start. Yeah. Okay, so Gwyneth, Elias, Root Tree. She is Gwyneth Anderson, but she's also okay. Okay. Now I assume that once unknown. She was a housewife. And he was, I mean, CEO? What would you call him? Oh, hold on, we got more choices now. I call him the president. Founder and president. I don't really like the whole occupation thing, because at what point in his life? President. First president. I mean, company president would be a better way to write it, I guess. I'm enjoying this guacamole. Okay. So, if this is anything like Obra Dinn, it won't tell me anything about these until they're correct. It says every time you get 3 correct, they'll be locked in, so I need 1 more. Okay, let's have a look at the evidence again. Oh no, hold on, before we do that, the one thing I wanted to look at was this public library. Yes. I know I can copy and paste. Oh, printing. This is a part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985, with the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 30s. Now, just out of interest, is there a volume 1? Because the company was founded before 1934. It's a book about all things candy throughout history. It starts with historical accounts dating back to the ancient Egyptians and chronicles candy through the year 1924. It includes some print advertisements from companies you've heard of, including an extremely early newspaper ad for 5 pieces that Charles Lee included due to a major misprint. Why is that a major misprint? You found this advertisement in The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee from 1928, 6 years after the debut. It states that the flavours are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and newest flavour miracle berry. So that's going to be the same. GECEM. Okay. Cool. Interesting. You found the advertisement in The Sweet History of Candy Volume 1 from 1924, 2 years after the debut. The author included it because of a spelling error. My words. On the word available near the bottom. Available. It states that the flavours are inspired by their children. The order is grape, elderberry, egg cream, cinnamon extract, and melon. Grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract. What? The order's wrong. Reorder them. Oh look, that's actually the same. Huh. That's weird. Only shows up sometimes. Anyway, GEEC C. Did they have another kid who died? Oh wow! I just noticed this is running at 700 frames per second. Why is VSync not working? I guess it is, it's just not doing a frame. There we go. We definitely do not need these graphic settings. Okay. Oh, my GPU is so much happier now. Wow. Okay, let's look here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 kids. It's interesting that the names of the candy changed and everything. Let's look at the evidence again. I mentioned that Carl won Watchman of the Year again, but it mentioned it in a much better way. Okay, so Carl Roottree, who was the president, he must have been the 5th. His wife was called no. Brenda. We assume she's Brenda White. We don't have a picture of Carl. I've got an idea. Yeah, Brenda White is the same one. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They have been around for over 100 years in one form or another, and will often write about major changes in management of various companies. Every year, they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered his field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You can find through a few searches that 2 Roottrees have been featured as Watchman of the Year: Elias Roottree and Carl Roottree. Business Watch magazine. Oh. Okay. There's another picture of Elias. Why do I keep saying it wrong? But he was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1936. A painting of him appears on the cover. Okay, here we go. This gives us a timeline. Oh wait, I can't.
Thanks for the cheese.
Ooh. Wah. Hello. Hello, my friend. I don't know if you're watching. That's wild. An emoji of an owl. I feel like there's an emoji there which might be interesting but isn't rendering. 1616 plus 404 gift aid. Oops. That's huge. That's incredible. You didn't have to do such a huge donation, but my word, I appreciate it. Well, we smashed that target. I don't really know what to say. This was going to be a hard year for us to get donations, and I don't like when such a huge amount comes from an individual. You know, it'd be nice if we just kind of spread the word a bit better, but that's tremendous and appreciated. Thank you so much. Colin, if you're here, let's up that goal. Thank you. Let's get back to it. I've lost my thread now. I was trying to get this timeline into this article, but it wouldn't copy it. Oh, it doesn't like that. Okay, deal with that later. Maybe I should just copy it instead. Oh, hold on. I think I just solved the blend mystery. The fact that this part doesn't work so well makes me think that most people don't copy and paste that part. So let's see here. If anyone is watching, let me know in the chat, because I don't actually know if the chat's working. I can see, so let me know, please. So he has a daughter in 1909, but then somehow manages to have 4 more kids in 13 years. This clarifies that the flavors are the initials of the children. Right, so his son is Elias Rootry Jr., which we would assume. And there's the Clan's Trust, that seems important. Okay, I want to have a look at this then. So with his kids, my notebook here. we should do these in separate notes, really, shouldn't we? No! You can copy blank, apparently. Okay. So, the thing that's confusing me a little bit here sorry, just adjusting the heating. So we've got a G, and then an E, and then EC that becomes CE. That's another middle name switch, right? But then there's cinnamon extract and melon. But there's melon there, and then there's miracle berry. So did grape, elderberry, egg cream became cinnamon extract. But then there was also cinnamon extract. And then there was melon. See, I assumed that that kid died. And then they had another kid. And that could still be the case, right? Does this show deaths? It doesn't, does it? It just has split up. It doesn't have death. Wait, what's that? Guardian. Split up. It doesn't have deaths. So it probably is that. So regardless, Elias Roottree Jr. is almost certainly the second kid. You notice there's an Elias C there. I can't imagine he had two kids called Elias. Except, who did I say that I thought maybe died? EC. It's possible. But then we wouldn't be putting him on here. So he was an architect. It says you attempt to find out more information about the man in the building. Come up empty. Okay, it's probably something we need to search in a periodical or a magazine. We don't have any magazines yet. Okay. Ignore that. Sorry. Just checking something. Okay. Okay. We want to look this up. To do this now, we've still got a bit of evidence we haven't looked at yet. The clan said trust. It's a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottree, who was Elias's son and the head lawyer. Clancy Edward Rootry. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each blood relative of Elias and Gwyneth. The accounts are created for each blood relative at birth and are first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never been disclosed to the public due to the ever-increasing success of the company. It is a significant amount of money. The clan said... Why clan said? That's a weird... Clan... essentially impossible to get around. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. And the information discovered from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecture talk about the root trees versus RR in 1994. Five-piece guarantee in combination with the clan said trust was Elias Rootree's attempt to ensure that the Rootry Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it's somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Rootree's president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year, now it's close to $4. Combined with the clan said trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company. They would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Okay, interesting. I don't know if that's useful right now. Be useful later, I think. Okay. Carl Rootry was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders, and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work at Rootry Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim Rootry. How do we keep these notes in any kind of sensible order? By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin Ernie spearheaded route. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became the catalogue's cover model. Okay. That was a lot. Let's get back in here and let's get this picture of Carl. Finding the UI a bit frustrating sometimes. Forgot to click on that face. But I thought when I was picking the face here, I had another choice. Oh, because it wasn't locked in up here, that's why. Okay. Okay. So, go back to the 5 pieces. Clancy Edward root tree. Second last. Third last. So we have to assume that's Miracle Berry. Let's go down to the root trees. There's a lot of root trees. Is there a root tree who's an RB? It's not going to say middle names, is it? There's 2 R's though. Okay. Let's look up Miracle Root Tree. Because I reckon that was, you know, they talk about Miracle Baby sometimes. You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Root Tree Estate. It's quite bare bones, but it has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the miracles Root Tree. Miracle Root Tree arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. He was a boy. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by 14 years. With a birth that late... Hold on. We can work out. There was a thing that told us the very first kid that was born. Because remember I said it was within 12 years? Here. So he has his first kid in 1909. So if 1909 plus 14 years makes it 1923. But it says more than over 14 years, so it's after 1923. That's very weird. So yeah, so it's after 1924. So that's it there. But what happened to egg cream? Must have died, right? Okay. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Root Tree Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Root Tree name, took his father's testimony to a whole new level via the power of television. Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left a life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. Okay, and we've got a flyer in our evidence. Whoa!
Thanks for the cheese.
Thank you, Victor. If you're watching, I appreciate it. This picture is a lot to take in. So 96. Okay, I feel like we need a whole note for Miracle. Miracle 1, born over 14 years after first kid was born in 19... Did I say 1908? That was where? That was in 1909. Miracle 2 was born 23 years Miracle 3 I really wish you could rearrange these. Miracle 1 was 68 in 1996. So that makes it 1928. So that's not quite what I thought. Where's the timeline? The new recipe and flavor is finalized. There you go. I thought I saw that, but then I couldn't. I was looking around here. I didn't look this far. So there you go. But isn't it a bit of a coincidence? Did they keep? If I'm right that one of the kids died, did they keep the flavor for that kid going even after their death, or was it just a coincidence? Regardless, okay. Okay, so let's skedaddle onto here. Now there's a weird thing here because they said that they. Yeah, sorry, hold on. Oh wait, that's Miracle Junior, right? And that's Miracle the Third. Yeah. So we don't know what Miracle himself looked like. There's a weird thing that I had with Oberdin as well, where I just my head is jumping through so many things that I forget to say what I'm trying to say, or it's complicated to say what I'm trying to say. So apologies. Trying my best. Miracle Junior, Miracle Third. God, what do you think we say for occupation? Preacher? Okay. Medium mogul? No. Preacher. But let's do. Hmm. At 18, he unburdened himself from the root tree name. What did I write about my drama notes? No. Okay. Let's take a step back. Gwyn root tree, Red root tree, Jim root tree, Lauren root tree, and Miracle Junior. So Miracle Junior we've already started looking up. Oh, this isn't the same page. Because Miracle Junior doesn't go by Miracle Root Tree Junior. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist. So we picked Preacher. Is there a televangelist? Why did that look like it didn't come up? No. Part of the Miracle Network, he used to have a show that aired on local access stations across many stations. According to a website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to default public in 1979. Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself. Also doesn't say Edith's surname. So I'd like to search for that. But I don't have any other periodicals yet. Edith somebody. Edith Jacobson. You find a link that seems to be partial and corrupted list of archived articles from the Butler County Times. Oops. There's a crime blotter article about Edith Jacobson that also mentions a Helen Roottree and a Lucinda Jacobson. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation's Church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get into a room where the church houses their weekly tithings. They were caught by Helen Roottree, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Right, Helen. Stop. Helen. Ooh, must be Helen Lennon. Helen Lennon. Is he also a preacher? Huh. I feel like we should be able to easily find a picture of him, and I'm not sure why we can't. Okay, let's move on. I'm pretty certain we've got him. Let's have a look at Jim, because we know a little bit about Jim already. Singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. Although Jim writes the majority of his songs, plays guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit. Its fans, who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers, I don't know if we care a lot about that. Further detail. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. Okay. So, we know he was a cousin. It could really be any of these people. Could be this one. I'm gonna say it is. Okay, good. Ah,
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Root Tree reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
best. Yeah, they're working.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Okay. Okay, let's have a look at this new evidence. Whoa! This photo is a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Root Trees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, child's print writing, it says November. There's also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, the next president Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. Okay, wow, that's a lot. So this lady's pregnant, and it's going to be relevant that the year that this is 70s. So I can't tell if they're saying, yeah, this is the 70s, so this is Carl here. Okay, there's a lot of things we can think of there, but let's not dwell on it too much. His photo is tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath the candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We would never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie." Okay, there's a lot there. I don't know what a Shiva candle is. I mean, I can guess. It seems relevant that they're of some kind of faith, though. So, second cousins, sometimes referred to as distant cousins, people that share the same great-grandparents but not the same grandparents. Wait, I didn't mean that. I meant Ernie. Wait, hold on. That can't be right. So my logic here is that... So he's talking about Ernie here. So I can get my words out. I'm guessing this is the same Ernie Jr. because Carl and Ernie did stuff together with Root. Yes, it is, look. He's saying he had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, which is him and Jim. He's saying here, Ernie, more than anyone else on earth, knew how busy your job can be, because at this point, he was no longer president, and Carl was president. Okay. His family's legacy, yeah. Fine. So, second cousin share the same great grandparents but not the same grandparents. This is where I struggle with family trees. So Carl, parents, great grandparents. Let me read that again. People that share the same great grandparents but not the same grandparents. So his grandparent is here, great grandparents is there. So second cousin is going to be at this level, but it's going to be somewhere else. It's probably not there. It's probably here. One of these. Oh god, there's lots. One of these. Okay, so let's look at this list of names. And so hold on. What's her name? Nicole. Nicole. Let's look at the list of names and see if there's a Nicole on this list. Nicole Madsen. Nicole Smith. Okay, could be either. Let's look up. Ernie Rootry. He's not on this list. That's a shame because I felt I was going somewhere with that. Okay, let's move on for now. This photo is a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris, Gwyn and the boys. I really wish I could put names on photos before I put them in the... I thought there was a place I could see photos.
Thanks for the cheese.
Thank you, Duncan. Big donation. Thank you very much. If you're watching, thank you regardless. I thought something I read said you could see all the pictures. And the thing is, I'd love to take this picture here and just say who it is. And that's really annoying. Because I'd love to say who it is before I put them on here. And then I'd love it if I can say, like, pick that picture and it puts the name in, or pick that name and it puts the picture in, you know? Okay, regardless, we can't. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. A handwritten note attached. It seemed personal. It's a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. Sorry, the chair keeps lowering. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about a campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation, CM. That's going to be really interesting. So in this picture, I noticed this girl. Now they've obviously washed out colours a little bit to make skin colour less of an issue. But is this... So what I'm wondering is, This little girl looks maybe black to me. There was an adoption thing in the family tree somewhere. Is there an interesting mixed heritage thing here somewhere? Where was it? Yeah, look. That's Guardian. That's too far down the family tree. Interesting. It's gonna come back, I'm sure. Oh, this guy's called Eli. Is there an Eli? Do we know about an Eli? No. Okay, let's get back to it. Gwyn, right, so we do have a picture of a Gwyn. We find some information on our website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and your search is broken. And the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Hi guys. Gwyn Roottree is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was a minor hit movie, Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree, the founder of the Roottree candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Okay. So Elias Roottree Jr. is the one that we reckon is probably the elderberry. So the second, we reckon this is probably Elias. Was Elias Roottree Jr. the Did we already put Clancy in there? Did we get distracted? I think we did. So we were saying that Miracleberry, far right, Melon, Clancy. Get the picture. Clancy. And Clancy was the lawyer. We don't have a picture of Clancy, do we? We'll get back to you, Gwyn. The reason I was working that out, before we get too distracted, was to work out who's left in the top layer. So we've got the first kid is a girl, starts with a G. Second one is Elias. Third one is Clancy. Fourth one is an M. We've got M and a G. That doesn't help us. This is Gwyn. We've also got this picture is also Gwyn. You find information on a website about strange historical facts. Unfortunate on-screen contraction for Duncan's donation. Oh. Yeah, it's not even on my side. Look at the widget itself. You should probably used to it. Aloysius Herring Roottree, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. Why is that red, though? He then tried to run for state senate, but claimed to be related to the Roottree Candy Company newspaper ad. But it came out that his last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Weird. So this game, Gareth, since you weren't here for the intro, because I had such a good time playing Oberdin. This was a game that was recommended by people as being similar in the kind of puzzle-solving mechanism that it employs. It was originally a quickly made indie game with like AI-generated art and stuff like that. I think it was playable in a browser for free. I think people really liked it, so the dev actually remade it. And this is the full release. Very clever. Okay. Oh, that's a red herring lick. Interesting. Lauren Roottree. Author Lauren Roottree, a distant relative of the Roottree sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels. I know we're not taking a lot of notes right now, but I'm not really feeling the structure yet. We'll get there. Lauren Rafferty. Publisher learned she'd been keeping diaries about her famous family. They insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottree. So we've got Life Between Wars. It spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with post-war world as a young widow and a mother. Few books. Now, let's take A Life Between Wars. Ooh, pretty lots of things here. Manson Court. We've got a few things here. That's Lauren Rafferty. Was it Rafferty? Whatever it was I just searched for. Hey Kobe. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't actually remember who made this widget. Or how it works, for that matter. The web UI, right? Yeah, it's just giving. Boom. Credit where credit's due. There you go. Where do we go to? We got their faces. Lower notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Rootree's diary pages in A Life Between Wars. Lauren Rootree is one of the notable Rootrees. Yeah. The book is published in 1965. Contains diary entries. The most important event was the diary. Lost her husband Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II. So we can probably pin down when he died, but I don't know if that's important. Samuel Clark. She only had one child. Okay, she was a granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth. Okay, it's actually, she's quite a big one, so let's go into our names one. Not a very good one. Aha. Who came in with the blockbuster donation? So every year we've done this pretty much. We've had the same anonymous donator turn up, donate with an emoji where the Unicode number is also the donation amount, and it's usually thematically connected to the fundraiser in some way. I'm not really sure how the owl this time is connected, other than the owls are not what they seem. I don't know. Maybe watching. I don't know. But it's very appreciated. They're incredibly generous, whoever they are. Okay, so we learned something here. Elias, who we popped somewhere around here. Wait. Hold on. She's the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth. Yeah, her dad was the lawyer. Her mother was called the Cossells. Sarah Cossell. She was married. Jacob, she had one son who was called Clark. So it could be this one. Or It could be this one. She's a star, so she's this one. So she is Lauren Ridgely. Wait, hold on. No. Didn't it say that she had a... Didn't it say that she published under her actual name? Under her married name, Lauren Rafferty, of course. So he was Jacob Rafferty. It's not a screenwriter though. An author. And they had a son called Clark. Don't know if we know anything about Clark Rafferty. Seemed to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty, so interesting. Oops. So he used to make music with Jim. That's interesting. It's interesting that there's a bunch of pictures as well. What was the name of the... Jim and Diamond. Okay. If we go back to the this. Music and lyrics by Jim Ritchie, vocal by Jim Ritchie. Okay, so they didn't do that music together. Okay, but if we could find a picture of either of those albums, we could probably find a picture of the other guy. What periodicals have I got? Nothing about music. Okay, let's go back to evidence for now. I looked at this already. Why is it still showing it as oh, because there's multiple pages. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Ritchie's Diary, written in 1953. This entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who's on the notable Ritchie's list. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers... Wait, I've forgotten. Where's Lauren? Lauren's here. So, brother. Okay. Gwyn's an only child. We didn't actually get Gwyn on here, did we? But was Gwyn one of the stars? If I was a bit better at dates, I think this would be easier because we can place things around like the war and things like this. Let's get back to it. I suspect I know which one Gwyn is, and actually I feel like we could guess because she's on this list, right? Where's that note I just put about the generations? Free Spirits, generation after Lauren's. we need to get back to that. Because we haven't looked at all of these. That's the free spirit picture. So I'm getting a bit stuck in my head here. I'm trying to work out when Gwyn would be. Why am I looking at periodicals? Is that how you spell Gwyn? Active in the 50s. So what did we say? She's like 20 in the 50s, so she's born in the 30s. I don't know if we can, I don't know if that's helpful for us. I reckon they're probably about the same generation. So we need somewhere to put Gwyn. She's gonna have a star. She's gotta be this one. Quite a few different Gwyns. I feel like that's definitely her. Blue ones are unconfirmed, right? 1, 2. We've only got 2 in. They're unconfirmed. Okay, fine. Get back to it. During the summer, so she's got 3 younger brothers. That's good to know. I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. So if she has an aunt, that's going to be not useful because it could be any of these people. Aunt Margot is also blonde. I'm guessing Aunt Margot is her mum. Let's put that in as a guess. Margolite root tree? No, it can't be right because she wouldn't be. It would be her maiden name. Hold on now. Hold on now. Hold on now. I made the assumption that that was a male child. But it's not because there's the melon there. So that's Margolite root tree. Margolite. That's not helpful. But we're probably going to work her out through a generational picture. So first generation of children, 5 pieces, so it's going to be a picture of them. If we ever get a picture of the 5 pieces, which I don't believe we have, unless it's this. It is! Who's that in the background, eh? Okay, we're getting somewhere. I'm starting to put some things together that I'm not saying either. This picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. So that's Lauren. I've forgotten who Lauren is. So hold on. That's Lauren. That's Pop. There we go. Okay, we're getting there. It's lunchtime. Nice. While we're here, let's take this other picture of Gwyn. Put that in there. Okay, cool. So let's get back to this. This is good. Taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the three of us were about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over that well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose, to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Found out years later that they never even took a second photo. There's a chance that's Mr. Morden. But I'm still wondering about this missing extra child. If there's some kind of weirdness there. But let's take a second. So we've got a picture of Miracle. We've almost certainly got a picture of Margolite. I don't know who this is. What's his name? Elias. And so this is her. Now she is the G. She's G. Gwendolyn. If she's an aunt. If she's an aunt to God. If she's an aunt to Lauren. Lauren's there. Yes, so that's Gwendolyn. Root tree. So that's going to be Morden. Or could be anybody. Wait, no, this is now worrying me. Okay, this is now a bit weird, right? Because she's saying here, saying he was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. So she is Lauren. So she's here. Her aunts are here. Here. She is Aunt Gwendolyn. Aunt Gwendolyn was there with Mr. Morden, but when we look at the names here, there's a Gwendolyn Morden. But there's a chance that if he's Mr. Morden and they got married, she would become Gwendolyn Morden. Would they call one of their kids or one of the generation down there? Would they become Gwendolyn in the future? Maybe. Let's stick to our guns. But the bottom line is, we don't know if it's James Morden or Zachariah Morden. Now that beard makes him look like a Zachariah as far as I'm concerned. I do not know how you spell Zachariah. Zachariah. No, I don't want to set it. Oh, how do you unset name? Am I getting that right? Zach area. No, no H. The H goes on the end. Okay. You know what? I'm inclined to leave it anyway. But do we know anything about Gwendolyn Roottree? Gwyndoline. I spelled that one right. Gwyndoline. Gwyn. Okay, fine. We're getting somewhere though. So I think we've got all of them. Now she's up living a glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. That's her kid, right? Is it her kid? Yeah. Oh, because her husband's dead. Okay. An entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren Roottree's diary, written in 1958. Elias stepped down in 1958. Really wish I could rename these, drag these, reorder them. Wish I'd been a fly on the wall today. Clancy, don't know who Clancy is, told me that everyone got quite heated. Grandad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it for so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, yeah, we know that. Nobody's got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Bob argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who has volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. So we got this wrong. This is James Morden. And this is... Although we don't know... Because it could be that this is in birth order, but firstborn son doesn't mean firstborn child. So that could be Zach. But let's see, let's come back. I'm not sure about who Clancy is. Oh wait, Clancy must be one of her brothers. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. And I'm the oldest of all of us. So Angie can't be any of them. So then I think I'm probably right unless that's Angie. Let's see. Angelica Morden. Yeah. So that's Zachariah. And that's Angelica Morden. So he would have been second president. She's probably a housewife, you know? Because if by the time Gwyn became an actor, she's saying that she's the only one that's not a housewife, and Angelica Morden was the older sibling, and she probably is. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Matt it wouldn't go to us. Maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Okay? Maybe a big lad then. An entry entitled Sam. From a previous entry, you learn that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Lauren writes, "Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met, after all. After all, Granny had sisters and Grandad had a brother or two, but I was told to trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realise." Yeah, but I think I know why. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting at Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognise Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past old Anderson's farm on the way to work. Upon that, Zach checked the records and confirmed there are 3 on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. He even chimed in. Wait. Eli. Oh god, it could be either of those. But I think it's that one. Apparently when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him small tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Grandad making an exception now? So, there's this extra kid here. There's a thing here. There's somebody else. EC and John. So we have to assume there's somebody else because of this. EC. What's going on? There was an extra kid. Who's John then? Farmhands are EC and John. But then there's an EC, and then there's this guy Sam. One of the final entries is called Clark. Clark's getting married. In my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18. Danielle. Danielle Franks. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue passive knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was to bring home somebody who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Paul seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Who's Edward? Swashbuckle my heart. Ooh. Revisiting the diary 10 years later. Oh, there we go. Version of Lauren Ritchie's diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, there's no pictures, but there's many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects: the death of Elias. Summary of the fallout has been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. Okay, we're going to come back to this in a minute. I'll be right back. I am back. Hello. I have a weird flatbready pizza thing that I made. And I have a thermos of coffee. And so, we're back at it. Right. We're still making our way through the old evidence, and now we've got a whole new book to look at. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad present after all. And his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Okay, so we made the assumption that, yeah, 2 kids. Okay. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. I think we knew she was divorced. Yeah. I managed to cut my finger. I was in the kitchen. Right on the joint. Because I was rushing. Oh. If the viewer count is correct, there's nobody around to care. But the free spirits, in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets. Even Clark. Wait. Clark's her kid, right? She is not fond of her own kid. Okay. Okay. Before we got onto that, let's look at this picture here. Okay, so this is the next generation. Okay, so that is Zach. There you go. Got 3 more. Is this going to pour nicely, or am I going to make a mess? Good.
You're listening to WRTG. It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes. So, okay. Here's my theory. Here's my theory. There was another kid who, for whatever reason, got disowned, got removed. Maybe they pretended they died. They fit in here. This is going to have something to do with some extra bit of the family tree, which is missing. It's going to be this guy Sam. And he's going to be the last, like, remaining root tree or something. And the person who's the client is trying to help us prove it or something. The client will be some remaining person who was close to Carl, who's trying to prove that there was another cousin or something. I don't know. Something like that. Root tree curse. Ah, here we go. It's a long rambling conspiracy website with a very small, very red. Hold on. It's a long, rambly conspiracy website with a very small, very red text on a black background that says the root trees are cursed. Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the root tree company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. It's all quite funny, but I'm not sure it's useful to us. There's some stuff here about Ernie Madsen Jr. We've seen any Madsens? Don't think we have. It'd be the 80s, so it would be this kind of generation. They were Mordens, not Madsens. Okay, we need to come back to that. Okay. Hold on. Here we go. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left, since he looked to me a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the four of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwyn. Grandma insisted we included Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge, even after all these years. We've got another picture of Miracle there. Wait, hold on. Oh, that's Miracle as he got older. Is Elias Eli? Do we think that's Elias? Or is that Elias? Since to me he looks a lot like Pop did in the old one. Where's the picture I'm trying to look at? Here. That's Eli. She's got a brother called Eli, right? Because she said in one of the things, my brother, not Miracle's kid. So that's going to be the four of them. That's her. And then we've got her brothers. So she's got 3 brothers. This one, this one, this one. So that's Eli. I'm just looking for family resemblance. There isn't really one, is there? Not that we can see in these pictures. Would it be this generation here? So the youngest is going to be the smallest. He's going to be the youngest. He's the eldest, I would guess. And then he's going to be an Elias root tree. And the C could be for Clancy. But it's funny because I wouldn't have guessed that. Because I thought I wonder if Edward is the... Anyway, doesn't matter. I was thinking ahead because the name that's missing here is Egg Cream, EC. And we know there was an EC that used to hang around on their farm. So I thought Elias C was going to be top level. Then the only other name he could have is Elias M. But there's an Elias over here. There's. Yeah, it's got to be that. I'm sure of it. Okay. We don't know their names yet. Grandma insisted we included Sam, so is this Sam? This little guy? And then who's left then from that generation? Her. Her. Hold on. So she is a bit of a resemblance there. So let's say that that is Angelica. Which means this must be her. We don't know who this is. So it must have been before his kid was born then. Okay. Okay. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottree had died. Wait, what? Hold on. No, I've got this all wrong. I've got this all wrong. That's Miracle's kid. That or that is Sam. That's Samantha Roottree. So, because Miracle's in the picture, because that's young Miracle Jr. Okay. So that's Samantha Roottree. That makes more sense. Okay. Well, Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance. He had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any decisions about it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite shocked everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christiansen. No, Christensen. It's a steel company in Butler County. Christian Steel. Theme correspondence by Tina Angelina. Back to that. So this is the illegitimate thing. So she's an illegitimate child. It still doesn't explain to me what the extra EC at the top level is about. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the root trees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Hold on, though. Patricia was married up to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared. Now going by Patsy, so that's probably what the lady is. No, it's too old. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in their first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had never quite taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a root tree in the first place, even though she was not part of the clan said trust. He wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. Okay, let's go back to that one. But who is this local farmhand known as EC? So here's what I think is going to happen. We're going to have this relationship here, but there's also going to be another thing here. There's something else going on here. Is there another kid? Did they have... Ooh. Okay. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's Diary. It's a companion PC entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a root tree. All my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwyn never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Her children seem eager to help the family in their own way. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. So she's got another Ernie Jr., does she? One of these two is an Ernie Jr. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother, so there's a Gwyneth there as well. But which one's which? Names and relationships. Samantha has 2 kids. Mother Ernie Jr. Mother Gwyneth. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy. Who is Patsy again? Oh, Patsy's the mum. Yeah, okay. What? But how would you know that? Yeah, okay, I get it. Because she had turned up before that. Ooh, but they hadn't made it clear that the daughter, his daughter, was actually her daughter, but from before they got married. So they got married again in their 50s and then said, actually, she's been my daughter all along. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy had. But I guess that skips a generation. Oh, hold on. Jet black hair and green eyes. Yeah. So both of her kids have got glasses. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottree for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor. And I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. Huh. Disowned for being gay? John Miller, maybe? So I reckon what we're going to find out is that there's a bit of the family there where one of the kids was disowned for being gay, but kept around on the quiet. Ended up looking after this girl, Samantha. And I guess that's the bit of the family tree we're going to fill in later. Sam really hates the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth because they disowned her guardian, I'm guessing. This is a page of additional notes context from it's a companion piece to the entry by Sam Clark. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No root tree's ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwyn divorced Wild Bill. I did see something about Wild Bill earlier. I was going to look it up, but I didn't. We're going to have to look him up, aren't we? Oh, I saw it earlier. No, it was in the entry about Gwyn. Wild Bill Williams. Leading man of some non-notable movies in the 50s. Married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. Bill Williams. William Williams. What was the other name there? Harrison Lane. Let's go back here for a second. Oh. That's weird. I took a screenshot there. So this is a weird one, right? We don't have his real name. He said something about names though, right? Sure, it said something about names here. Like if a name didn't show up. Well, let's just pop it in here for now. Okay, let's get back to it. You go away. Starlet. A magazine that started with the colorization of film and went da-da-da. Okay, well let's look at that then. Starlet. Wild Bill Williams. Mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan. Real name Walter Forsyth. Apology to all the ladies I'm actually taken. Earlier this year I did a friend a favour. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Oh. Okay, so what did we say his name was? Walter Forsyth. Whoosh. Cool. The way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in the family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. So that's her siblings' names. Eli C., Clancy, and Edward. Lauren's brothers called Eli C., Nancy, Edward. Was that right? Edward? Yeah. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. Clark and Jim? Who's Jim? Oh wait, hold on. We know who Jim is, right? Because Jim is this guy. Clark and Jim. Yeah, because Clark as well as his own son Jim. Yeah. Eli's marriage seems fine and Jim's marriage is solid as a rock. Unintended. Oh, because rock music, I guess? No, diamond, maybe. So who knows what causes these things? I suspect he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. So, we know that James, Diamond LaRue, Clark were in a band together. So this is Jane something. Jane LaRue. Oh, hold on. Jane LaRue. Are they sisters? Diamond. Oh no, hold on. Starlet. Diamond LaRue. Jim Rutry. What was their name? What was the name of their band? Jim and Diamond. Really? No, okay. Jane LaRue. Okay, Jane Del Vecchio is listed on a talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. Hmm. So that's weird, isn't it? Because they were in a band together. The four of them were in a band together. But we don't know what it was. Clark Rafferty just wasn't on here at all, was he? A few fan sites for the band, Jim and Diamond, mentioned that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mentioned an album called These Times. Here we go. A band called C and J plus J and D. Jeez, they're really bad at these names, aren't they? Released one single called These Times. Someone with the username XXX Diehard Dazzler XXX scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this is Jim Roottree and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentions that it was performed by Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. Okay, we'll have to come back to these things. These Times is an old single from folk group C and J and D. I feel like that's too modern a design. You have a scan of the album as well as a recording of the title track thanks to collector of Jim and Roottree memorabilia. Clark Rafferty, Jim Roottree, LaRue's. Should we search for... Oh, we could have searched for that ages ago. Here we go. In an article from 1968, you find a small section focusing on young upcoming talent. The LaRue sisters got their start doing session work for their great uncle's record label. Great uncle. He's a great uncle. No, I don't know. Yeah. Youngest Kim. Oh, so there's 3. Okay. With my cousin and his ex. Did he break up with her as well? Yeah, he did. Clark's a bit of a dark horse. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpa incested with him. Yeah. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. Ooh. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. He started Radfortunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's how my father was connected. That's also how my father was connected to Roottree. All his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player. Hold on. All his old ad campaigns. So he was in advertising. And Clark. Writes jingles. What does that actually mean? Musician? How are we supposed to tell them apart?
Life is life, love shall be. Me for you, and you for me.
He's got a beard.
Someday will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was we. With passing years, all paths diverge. Rivers rambling, onward surge. One source behind old memories could find their ways to different seas. Someday these times
Okay.
will all be over. Dew dries on
Okay.
morning clover.
This music's terrible.
So take
We got sidetracked there quite a lot, didn't we? Did we want to search anybody else in periodicals? Do we want to search Clark, Rafferty?
We'll tell ourselves these stories older, dwell on warmth, ignore the colder. Probably
Let's get back to this.
could be rose tinted by youth's memory. So act as though these times ain't fleeting.
Okay.
Love still flows our hearts.
This re-release of the 1975 10-year anniversary.
Face destiny to roads.
This is a page from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release. Biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are, and I get it. There are 4 Eli's for Pete's sake. Yeah, but that's how it is. Someone would say, "I saw Eli in town," and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Junior or Miracles Eli or Eli C. My family's names are always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honour those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named... Wait, hold on. Grandpa Elias, his father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. His father... Grandpa Elias was a believer in you. Okay. Edward and Clancy. Edward Clancy root tree. I see. Okay. That wasn't useful. One thing that's been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. Firstborn son does mean the first child that is a son. It doesn't mean first child. Like they don't have to be the first. They only have to be the first son, not the first child. I'm assuming. I don't know if there are any juniors left. God, there's a lot of names we haven't assigned yet. Oh. Okay. How many blue people have I got here? Quite a lot. I feel like I've got some of these wrong. Okay. Fun bonus. Apparently it's the first thing. This is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on teacher's name she must have been in the 3rd grade. I got angry when I met a new girl who I did not I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I'm glad she's gone." Wait, when she says Pop, she's talking about her father, right? So Edward Clancy, her Pop. She's here. Her Pop is her dad. Well, so he has a daughter as well? Oh god, no, it's not that, is it? Oh no. It's not that. Look. It's too much of a coincidence that he's EC and there's also CE and he's named after their parents. So the EC so the CE and there's CE and there's EC. Do you think they were twins? I think they were twins, and the twin that's a farmhand looks exactly like him. And it's not, and the girl that came up and hugged her was Sam, but it's not that she was mistaking him for his twin. No, it'd be too weird. It'd be too obvious if they're twins, unless they're non-identical twins. I still think it's another brother, but then why would she get confused? Weird. We'll come back to that. I've forgotten who that was. I've forgotten who this one was. Not Angelina. I've forgotten who this was. Forgotten what the context of this one was. So what was the connection with the steel company? She's married to somebody, right? Oh, I've forgotten who she was married to. Oh no! Can't remember. Can't remember who this person, his character is. Should check this. No. So at some point, I've found this. I found this in here. Wait, there's things here I didn't see before. So look, when I first found this, it was after searching for this. Unless it was after looking at these things. Oh, red herring. He was nicknamed Red. Didn't get it all the time. Okay, let's check this first. Operation R229. Find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim the root trees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals. Some stand cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it's possible to get away with nearly any crime on a day, so long as it isn't discovered until the day is over. And that every 4 years, on a leap year, the root tree company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Their proof is that the root tree candies contain polyglycerol polyricinoleate, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it was first released. They claim it was added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. Um, okay, fine. Thomas Upperwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Root Tree Curse website, you also found one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claimed that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague is returning in 2000. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Numbers. Okay, fine. This is really bothering me because I can't remember where we found this. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it's clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christiansen, a daughter of the owner of Christian Steel. Patricia would then have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina and Angelina to theorise this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. Yeah. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin. Okay, this is where we were just getting to. It seems to have imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin? Well, was I wrong? Oh, there's more. I keep not seeing the scroll bar. If not for her story, left an outcast, forced to a life of labour under a wicked relative, is like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on that joyous day, with all the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Okay, so... Okay. So here's the thing. So Elias Clancy Edward had a twin called Edward Clancy, who was here. He was gay, so they disowned him. They let him live on the farm. Elias Jr. had an affair with this lady Patricia. Then she went away. They had a kid, Samantha, and Samantha was made to stay with this missing twin. But then after his wife obviously died. And the person that she went off to died. They got back together in their 50s and they brought her back. So we know that. And that all makes sense. And this is the letter from her. Okay. That all makes sense. Patricia Christensen. Had an affair with Elias when they were young. They had me search for John Miller. Right, we are getting somewhere here. We are getting somewhere. How's the investigation going? You asked ages ago. I guess I've answered that. I don't know if you're still around. Going okay, pretty deep. This is the one we haven't looked at properly. Okay, so these two we can identify. There's an Eli. Don't know anything about him yet. Is that another wrong generation? Free spirits. Is it supposed to be the same generation as Carl? Is it supposed to be this generation? He's not in that generation. But he must be. Okay, let's see. Who have we got? Oof, this is a hard one. There's Miracle Jr. Yeah, we can work some of this out. Kind of wish this did multi-monitors because it's quite hard to cross-reference. This whole side of the family we have so little information about. I don't think I could find out anything about her, could I? Angelica Morden. Did I actually try? No. I'm sure I searched for him. Oh, but yeah, because I did. I spent ages trying to get the spelling right. Why do I feel like I've hit a bit of a dead end here? Let's see, who do I not have pictures for that's in the same generation as Jim? So this generation. I don't have any names of this generation. Oh my. Also, do not know a lot about these two. Okay. Carl Roottree has a cousin named Jim Roottree. Don't know about Ernie Jr. Second cousin is called Ernie Jr. Okay, let's go over this again. So that it's not going to be here. It's going to be one of these. It's not going to be this one. No, it could be. Ernie Jr.'s in here somewhere. Ernie Jr.'s married to Debbie and has a daughter called Nicole. Is Ernie in that picture? Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. Jim Roottree has a daughter. Don't know anything about her. Angelica Morden has twins. Oh, give me a second while I work out how to ban this. Person. I'll get there. That's alright, I'm getting there. Don't think there's anybody in the chat to delete stuff, so I have to get back to this. Moderate review. Why can't I remove a message in the chat? There I can. It doesn't show the icons by default. That's the problem. Okay, we are back. Yeah, there's a whole thing. There's a whole layer I'm missing here. And I want it to be this picture. It's very hard to work out who's who here. The two of the glasses we can work out, but we can't work out in here. It's these two. But we can't work out which one's which. Unless we literally take a guess as to which one's older, but I mean, he's maybe older. The diaries say so much. Sure, this firstborn son junior thing is telling us something as well. Okay, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Adopted grandfather? Okay, I'm going to take a guess here. And I'm going to say that this is... Hold on. Did I misread that? Ernie Jr. So it says Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help family in their own way. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. A long, long time since any real root tree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother. So this is a Gwyneth. Madsen. It says she's got a green thumb. That doesn't necessarily mean it's her job. Let's look them up. Ernest Madsen Jr. and Ernest Madsen. Ernest Madsen. Ernest Madsen. Ernest Madsen. Okay. What's she? Gwyneth. Okay. There we go. An article from 1982 announces that an Ernest Madsen Jr. is taking over the day-to-day operations of Root Tree after the previous president died unexpectedly. Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumours that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, but been passed up for unspecified reasons. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. The last 4 years at Root Tree have been rough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences. From the fancy flavours misstep to the batter up bar, we've taken a bit of a tumble in the public eye, but Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to basics. So here we go. He was supposed to take after Zach. So we've got first president, second president. He was supposed to get then third president, fourth president. So he was the fourth president. And who actually got it was Ernie Jr. Is that Ernie Jr.? Yes. Yes, that's Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. We get back to this, back to here, back to here. Nicole, Debbie. What? You got Nicole. Wait, it's her, but it didn't. There. Nicole Madsen. She is a child. I feel like I've got more than enough. People here. I'm just looking at things that might have a green thumb. See, I think it's the other way around. I think I'm wrong. I think they're the other way around. So I think Gwyneth came first. Where's he gone? He is Ernest Junior Madsen. The reason I thought that, I'll get through this. Nice. Ooh, fun.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it, but I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime.
Ooh.
Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a root tree. I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Okay, we gotta fix that. The reason that I thought that was the case and that I had these the wrong way around is because there's a picture here. And because we have a picture of her, it makes sense. That's okay. Right. But this is one we've not looked at all. There's just still got so many things. This is still very relevant, and I haven't looked at this one at all because I didn't understand it. But it's Butler County. We can search the periodicals. This is buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his box. Had a handwritten note attached seemed personal. It's a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it's still full of love. Now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own, due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply love is our future. Is she 22 or is she older than 22? Because she could be. Could that be 20? No, it could. Okay. Get back to it. CM Madsen. No, so CM is going to be a Morden. Nice. Okay. So we want to take this Stephanie Jones. I'm going to search for that in periodicals and the Butler County Times. The most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. Well, most of it's unimportant. You do find the following: Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. My mother and her partner. Relevant. Though she's a distant cousin of the Root Trees, her mother, Carolyn, okay. So she is going to be Caroline Landon. Caroline Landon. Oh. So there's a Caroline Morden. find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much to say about Caroline as a person. This is mostly... Oh, sorry, there isn't much about Caroline Morden. Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story is an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It's captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden. This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait Art and the Beauty of Women. According to a quote farther down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolise a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. A picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. I see. By Caroline Morden. Are there any people here? That's got to be her, right? No, it's too far down. No, maybe it's not. Hello, is this a deduction game? Yes. Hello. It is. This is a deduction game. It's a bit like Oberdin. I'm trying to deduce this family tree. Caroline Morden. I'm gonna take a guess here before I go and see what just printed out, and I'm gonna say that this is Caroline Morden. And she is an artist, and that this is Stephanie Landon. And this is, this is Mark Landon. They split up and she has met a lady. She kept her name. Okay. Let's see. Eloise. Eloise question mark. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. There's a centerpiece. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits of different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendoline and cousin Bonnie Bonnie's probably one of these two. But we don't know yet. Gave up on dreams to settle boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions. Wow. Let's just get this in here. She comes out strongly against the root tree company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father's sack to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments of her life. Okay. Fine. What did we get? This one. There she is. So... And that looks like... Let's just check. That looks a bit like... She looks a bit like it could be her. Possibly her. And she's obviously got wavy hair and she doesn't. I wonder if you can hear. Doesn't look like you can. I don't think you can hear the rugby club mic behind me. Okay. Oh, I did find her, didn't I, in the periodicals. I'm searching for Bethany Jones. Brian Jones. Brian Jones. Okay. I really want to know what her job is. But let's get back to this. So that was CM. So I was saying that was probably Carolyn Morden. I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to Candy Company. Yeah, okay. Yep. That's fine. Now, what do I write in the drama notes? RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted two arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. We don't have a journal of it, right? We don't have a... You would think there would be something clear if there was a crime. The person that they're trying to remove, I would assume would be Samantha. Because they were born out of wedlock. So then who's the RR? Did anybody at that level have an R? No. Not digging this saxophone. Are there any RR names? Ronald Roottree and Robert Roottree. We don't know who those are yet. But they would have to be under a root tree. So they could be these. It could be this. I feel like there's something over here though. I feel like we've solved that. I'm not worried about that one. Why is this one still so important? Why is this still so important? I mean, we can search for this guy in MMM, but I don't know if it's important. No.
We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the sea.
Saturday night and you're quite a sight.
The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right.
Making ends meet, so they rent and leave.
We can't afford gas, so we
This one's a tough one.
Guys all rush
Don't know anything about these two. He looks older, so we can probably position them there.
tonight. What a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling.
Even though we don't know their names.
on wheels.
He went to film school.
You by my side.
Could he be a screenwriter now?
Car on fade, make love not hate.
Fight overseas, but we'd rather skate.
Guys all rush to say that
I've forgotten how you spell her name. Gwyn Roottree.
Find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight. What a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the sea.
Although we've relocated to Paris, now you usually. Aha, here we go.
politicians at large are hopeless.
The bankers in charge are all clowns.
The party's so bad.
I've definitely missed some of the context in these, like I've not scrolled far. The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names, and I need to stop this music. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall. Where's Cornwall got to do with anything? Roottree has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild, combined with the alliteration Williams, is incredibly memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband. So consider this a Starlet exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottree for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honour both of our family names for the next generation. Oh god, there's someone actually called Candy. So he's either Robert or Ronald. But what was Wild Bill's first name, real name? I wrote it down, but I think I deleted the note. Oh, there's a reorder nose button. Oh. I tried seeing that earlier. I can search for him again. Wild Bill Williams. Walter Forsyth. What's that got to do with anything? No. So we also plan to lean into alliteration. How we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation. Just to have the same. Okay, so he's either Robert or he's Ronald. So let's search for Robert Roottree. Was the other name Ronald? Ronald Roottree. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Wasn't helpful. So I bet they're Robert and Ronald. Now, I really want to know more about that. That makes them an RR. So I really want to know about this root trees versus RR. Now they're of the same generation as Samantha, so that makes sense. No, they're not. They're of the generation below that. So when he became president, he was passed over for third. Who is the third president? Where's that conspiracy page? Where's the conspiracy page? Curse of the root trees. Root tree curse? Root tree curse. Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. So who is Guy? Okay, let's find a person that's not got a name. Guy Hudson. Have we seen any Hudsons? Do we have any Hudsons? Where could a Hudson even be? Here. Here. One of these two. Guy Hudson. Let's see. Fancy Flavors are an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Root Tree. In an attempt to cater more towards, I wish I was better at the dates here. It's really hard for me to place all this in some kind of time order. Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavour to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. This philosophy led to the flavour in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had at any other year except in some foreign markets. Right, let's search for Guy Hudson in Business Watch. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, or no? So who had the twins? Angie and Christopher. Okay. So one of them's Guy. Oh dear. Okay. Angelica. Twins called. Guy. Hudson. And question mark. Angelica's husband is called Christopher. Probably Christopher Hudson then. Boys and girls agree. Clara. Okay, let's fill some of this stuff in. It's annoying that I can't go over to left when I've got the notes open. Clara Lansing. Okay. Angelica's husband is called Christopher Hudson. Back in 1 second. I'm back. My own family tree just turned up to deliver some healthy banana choc oat muffins, which is nice. Right, where were we? So Christopher Hudson, Morden. So she had, what did I write down? Guy Hudson and his twin sister. Hudson. Let's see who comes up after Hudson. Bonnie Hudson, Christopher Hudson. We've already got that in place. So it's Bonnie and Guy. Now, we're going to work something out here. We don't know how many people. We don't know which one's which. Oh, nice little corner flick. I didn't see that before. If Guy Hudson, if this is Guy, he carries the family name Hudson. So if they have kids, the kids will probably be called Hudson, unless he chooses not to. Now, somebody we read chose to take their wife's name, but she's not a root tree. These are Hudsons, so it's not these people. Now, when we searched for the Hudson name, there weren't any other Hudsons. So we can assume, therefore I suppose, this is Guy. We also know he got hit, his car got hit by a drunk driver, and we assume it killed him. So Guy Hudson. he was the third president. I don't know if we know his wife's name. There we go. And they died in a car accident. The story itself is providing light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of their car. Although Guy was somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes and cutting other drivers off as well. For at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident, one witness says, "It could have been any of us that were eventually run off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, blah blah blah." Guy's been president of the Root Tree Company for only 4 years, through an undoubtedly, thank you, volatile period in the company's history. He and his wife had no children. There you go. So, and that means that we have a Bonnie Hudson here. I'm going to search for her, I suppose. No, that one. This one. Next President Guy Hudson. So he's in this picture. Oh, it's these two. And you can see that she's pregnant, so she did have kids. Oops. Where is he in his fancy suit? There he is. Okay, now one thing that was a really big deal in Oberdin that we've not been doing so clearly in this is we can now look at ones that haven't been, that are blue, that haven't been ticked off because they're wrong. Now, no occupation there for her. I still think she should just be housewife. Just simply because that's what they said. She said in her diary that no root tree had been anything other than a housewife. Samantha, we don't know. This is wrong. It could be that the picture of him is wrong. No, we haven't set a picture of him. Oh, no, it's just gone away. It could be that it was actually that one. It said that his most recent occupation was writing jingles. Hello. Yeah, it's going okay. This game's pretty cool. I'm pretty deep in it. I still think writing jingles is musician, but it could be advertising. Could we change that instead? Change it back to the picture we originally thought, but make it advertising. Any other blue ones? I'm also let's say that to Housewife. I really haven't found out anything about her either. Okay, so where were we? So Guy Hudson, Bonnie Hudson. So we know that's a picture of Bonnie Hudson. So almost everybody's here's accounted for. 2 ladies. One of them's going to be Gwyneth. And one of them is going to be Gwendolyn. That's Gwendolyn. That's Gwyneth. No, hold on. That's Gwyneth. Bonnie. Caroline. Do we know that's Caroline Morden? She looks most like that one. Which probably means she is that one. Although, would you say either of them have got red hair? She looks more like she's got red hair, doesn't she? And she looks more like she's got green eyes. Is that relevant? She's got green eyes. No, it's easier to look here. I think that's supposed to be her. Oh, she's politician. Ah. Game is very good. Have you played it? Ah, got that one right as well. But that means that these are wrong. So let's switch these back again. You managed to open the envelope, you didn't get every face though. Okay. I'm running out of leads. So where did we get to? That's Bonnie Hudson. We don't know.
Thanks for the cheese.
Thank you, Alistair. Much appreciated. Where are we with our goal? Should we do a little segue into the donation overview? 3397 of 4,000. Nice, nice, nice. I wonder if we can still look at last year. Last year we made £5,365. So I mean, no pressure or anything, but our goal is fairly conservative this time. Alistair, thank you very much. Duncan, thank you. Victor, thank you. Our early friend, thank you again. Gareth, thank you. So no, I'm a popcorn thief. Nice, nice. I was really enjoying the game that I forgot the name of, to do with sitting. Catherine and Simply for the Non-Smelly Passengers. Cheese on chips, yes. Amazing. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay. Let's keep going. So, they had a kid. Are there any more Raffertys? There are a bunch of... Oh, look. Rafferty LaRue. Okay, so that's got to be the Rafferty LaRue, right? But there's two. Hold on. That's right. Did they just get back together again, do you think? Can you put her back? Can you put her in again? No. So that's been locked in, so that's correct. So if he's Rafferty, and that's Jane LaRue, and there's two different Rafferty LaRue kids. And that would make sense to me if oh no. They broke up because he got with her younger sister. Kim LaRue was the younger sister, wasn't she? I saw that, but I thought she had gone off. I thought, oh, hold on. Let me unpack this. I thought the four of them were in a band together, and then the band split up because he was actually sleeping with her. I didn't realize it was that he ended up with her little sister. Wow. Okay. Youngest Kim is about stepping. Wow, okay. They weren't married. So there's two LaRues here. So that's these two. Jessica Rafferty LaRue and Katrina Rafferty LaRue, but we don't know which one's which. So let's search for them. Katrina Rafferty LaRue. Did we spell that correctly? Katrina Rafferty LaRue. Jessica. Okay. That's another interesting point, is she will have adopted that name. Well, not necessarily. She may have changed her name, or they may have just given that to the kids. Okay, nothing. Nothing. What have we missed? Hold on. Why is he still not confirmed? Did I just never put his face in there? She's not confirmed because we don't have a picture for her. Quite a few of these aren't confirmed. We don't know anything about Eli. Eli looks like he's probably a mechanic. Elias M. Roottree. Spelling that right. It's not going to be enough. Okay. Back to this. Who's this guy? So that's Carl. It's got to be Carl there. Yeah. We know who she is. I think we know who she is. We don't know about her. We don't know about him. We don't know about him. What names have we got here? Jim? No. One of these is Jim Roottree. It's him, right? Gotta be. He looks younger, but it's not him. Doesn't really look like him either. Is Clark in this picture? Clark is in this picture. Which one looks more like Clark? Could it be him? I mean, he's got a stubbly beard here. That's telling us nothing. He looks more disco. So I'm assuming that's him. So that means this guy. We could set that picture. Let's see. But who's this? Who am I missing then? Her. We've not got her locked in. Could it be? What names are missing? What names are missing? Bonnie. Caroline. Bonnie and Caroline. Have we used a Bonnie? Bonnie Hudson. We know that one. So, is there a Caroline? Caroline Morden. So what was the other name I said? Bonnie Caroline. There's a Gwyneth M and a Gwendoline. Gwyneth M and Gwendoline. Gwyneth M. Gwendoline. Gwyneth M. But who's the other little girl? November. Is November a name? Could November be a name? Whoa, caps lock. Ah. Ah! November retreat, nothing there. If folks in the chat want me to do something else or play something else, please just let me know. If this is boring or if it's gone on too long, please let me know. There we go. Trisha Christensen. I knew there was something there. Ernie Jr. is married to Debbie and has a daughter called Nicole. We've got that already. Okay. Brother-in-law is Dr. Wilson. That's the one thing we missed earlier. Wilson. Oh, could be anybody though. Oh, though isn't it funny that there's 4? think I've made a mistake here. Where's the Wilson? No, it's fine. Yeah, here we go. Her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. So it's got to be him because he's got 3 kids, and then there's 4 people with the name Wilson. How are we going to find him? Oh, okay. Apparently that worked. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. There are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons. This one apparently found a way to gain the search results. He pops up top every time. His website claims that he's the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is he apparently was a doctor to the Root Tree sisters. There's a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to evidence. There's also the quote, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Okay. Oh, there he is. Dr. Wilson. Would you say he is older or she is older? Okay. I've already forgotten what his name was. Big brother. Does he mean biggest brother? So who's this? Dr. Stephen Wilson. Stephen Wilson. And then of these 3, we've got Jason is the little one. And he is a child. Oh. Let's see what we get correct. Nice. Okay, again, what is incorrect? Nothing. No incorrecties. You found Clark. Interesting guy, as you saw. Remind me who Clark is. Where's Clark? Oh, Clark Rafferty, you mean? Great-grandchild. Yeah. Yeah, we've been dealing with Clark's. We just had some revelations about Clark a minute ago. I had been silly, I had misunderstood something. Are we gonna have to make an assumption about which one of those kids is older? Is it Wilson? Yeah. Okay. How can we guess what she does for an occupation? Or do we just put them all in as students? It's impossible to work out how old she is compared to him. Let's just do it this way. Jem Wilson. Okay. Don't enjoy that. So just not sure about this bit at all. Not sure about her. I'm struggling to work out occupations here. I feel like maybe I feel like maybe there's a periodical that I'm missing. This guy seems like he should be searchable. They're in Paris. He's going to film school. Wait. Miracle's husband was Helen Rittree. We found that out ages ago and we forgot to write that down. Oh no, we got it. We have found nothing out about her. Marguerite. We also can't work out why this is so connected to other things. Is it just connected to all these other things because he's got a bunch of kids? No, he doesn't though. Does he? He's got 2 kids still to get. And they must be root trees. There's a bunch of them there. Right, where's Clancy? So he's got to be Clancy Jr. Names. So Lauren, in the first book, she talks about having her 3 brothers. Clancy. That's him. So what's her other brother called? I wrote it down somewhere, I thought. Eli. Oops. Oh. No, he's Eli. So what's our other brother called? Now we should be able to work it out because they'll be in this one. Oh no, it doesn't say here either. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Could he be Edward? Or is that too much of a reach? Can we quickly look at this? If she mentions anybody. Lauren. Is she Lauren? Yes, she's Lauren. Oh yeah, there's a hint here as well. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy root tree, and that's the twin. Yeah. can't find her other brother's name though. Did I get that right? Yeah, I did. Connected to 5 things. Oh, I'm quite stuck now. I'm quite stuck. Here's things I don't. Let's look at what I don't have and let's work out where we are. Did you say you felt stuck? Yeah, I do. Can't find out anything about him. I couldn't really find out anything about him. I can't find them. I'm gonna check for him. I feel like I'm missing a periodical. It's a good point. This picture. This guy. We never worked this guy out. See if it makes more sense now. They pose us in front of camera, Mr. Morden, who's there with Aunt Gwendolyn. So he is his twin. That's EC. Let's see who that is. But that's not useful to us right now. Let's get back to the family tree. I feel like these two are famous enough that you might be able to use the names and especially the surnames to get some hints. Okay, well, let's have a quick look at some of these. All right, let's get back here. Let's look at the trouble. Let's look at Trouble Place. So here's one. She's a Manson. She's marrying somebody else. They're having a kid. So there'll be a name that there's two of. Two with the same surname, probably. Because there's no other Madsons. So there's 2 Catrals. Sam could be a man. There's lots of Kellogg's, which is probably quite interesting. We'll come back to that. Is Chris Rafferty still there? That's Clark Rafferty. So that's probably Chris Rafferty then. And then those 2 are the LaRue Raffertys. Can we look up a Chris Rafferty? Oh, that's weird. Okay, but that seems interesting. We should be able to find more about her. She's a famous person. I think it's something we didn't check. If we look her up again. Rue sisters, youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over from one of the children in Oliver. Would have been an easy way to find her. Where was I? Yeah, she should be somebody we can find. Back to this one. We're looking for a surname where there's 2 with the same name. It's not Kellogg, so it probably is Cattrall. Stephanie Cattrall and Sam Cattrall. Okay. Okay, can't find that. But that still seems reasonable. So where are these Kellogg's going to be? It's going to be somebody multi-generational, so it's probably these. No, because there's not enough there. There's a lot of names here. Feels like more names than we can lose. Tessa Green, Penelope Tessa Green, but there's nobody with those names already. Are some of these names just not people that we're going to use? Tessa. That's Tessa as a first name. There's no actual Green. That's weird. Well, what does a woman with a never repeated surname tend to mean? she didn't have kids. Or, I don't know. I'm not sure which bit you were replying to, so I'm not sure which point you're rebutting, I guess. I was looking at the hyphenated surname and assuming that's a person who's taken it. Well, no, actually, that's just a person that married in. So let's get that right now. There's several like one-off names which I'm assuming are partners don't marry in, but what I'm looking for right now is repeated names. And the one that's jumping out at me there is Kellogg, David III and David IV. So that has to be a man that married in, because we don't have a David I or a David II. But for it to be third and fourth, unless it's this guy and then he named both of his kids David, which would be incredible. And it's definitely happened before. I would have thought it would be generations. There is only David III and David IV though, so it could well be. Actually, it could well be. God, it is, isn't it? Kellogg, David III. Let's do some searching, and then one of these is that. David Kellogg. Two G's, right? Ah. I'm not sure with that one, but I think we're definitely looking at something like that. Yeah, I was missing a G, wasn't I? But I don't think it would have worked. Third, fifth. No. Let's have a look through my notes, see if I'm missing anything. I've got most of these things now. So I really want to find this. So RR attempted to unsuccessfully remove a fellow family member from the trust. So,
Thanks for the cheese.
Gran and Papa. Not my... Well, maybe. Maybe. Thank you. Whichever ones. I appreciate it. My kids have a granny and papa, but it's never written as gran, so maybe it's not. So this is an interesting one, right? And there's this case, Root Trees versus RR in 1994. I feel like I should be able to find that. But a student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on a legal oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to read this. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clan-said trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Root Tree without completely dissolving the trust. No information online. There should be something that I can find about that crime. And I think the crime... The only person we know that was born out of wedlock is Samantha. Now I wonder when they sent her away, what surname was she using? Her name is Christensen. I feel like there's another one. I feel like there's another periodical or something. I also can't work out what Gwyneth... She's a green thumb of her mother. That almost seems like it should be suggesting that they both did something to do with plants. You know, I don't want to just set everybody as housewife. You know, I don't want to do that, but it's kind of like a decent default. Sam Cattrall. Did I actually search for him? I did, didn't I? I did. These kids are probably young as well. What else have we got on here? mean, we're still pretty certain these ones are the RRs. Why are they ringed off? Okay. Mm-hmm. Why is this so important? Why is this one so important? We still do have to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things there. She's got an extra picture of her. Hold on. That wasn't there before. She was always the cover model. Okay, let's dig back here. I gave up on the stuff about the sisters. In fact, I think I might have even deleted the page. But there was some, excuse me, there was something about the fact that she was always on the cover. Here we go. You come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently, Roots has released 2 catalogs per year, every year since 1984, and Raina appeared on almost all of them. There's only one in the webmaster. The webmaster considers. It seems that Brenda Rootry, the Rootry sisters' mother and Roots' head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. I don't think we can find that, can we? Per tradition or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the same way the first ones did. Raina became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. I don't think that's important, but it would be interesting to try and find. Rolling on Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 19. Ouch. Managed to trap my own headphone cord in the desk. According to the liner notes, satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Rootry could make disco this sweet." Connect 7 things. And I don't understand it. Oh, he's actually wearing the same shirt there that he's wearing in that picture. We still don't know about her. That's a good point, isn't it? I thought about that and then I got sidetracked. I put her up here. But it's not her there. It's not her there. Because it doesn't have a picture. It could be here. This one is a mystery. Yeah, so you do know roughly when she was born and therefore what generation she would be in. Well, and she's in that photo which shows you a bit about who she is. So this is the free spirits. So they should all be in the same generation or thereabouts. And we know that to be true. It's this generation here. Sorry, it's this generation here. And the only one that's not there is these two. That's not actually correct. Yeah, these two end up... No. Because he's so much younger, they've ended up kind of being bumped down a generation, which is weird because they shouldn't be. They're kind of messed up in that regard. None of the partners are there. But these two are in the wrong generation. Now we know she's called November. November root tree. She hasn't turned up in anything that I've searched for. Why is the dad from Twilight there? I've never seen Twilight, so I don't actually know what that dad looks like. Almost none. You're also right about Miracle Kids being much more of an age with the following generation. Almost none. Almost none of the partners you're saying. The lag is weird between me saying a thing and you responding. Almost none of the partners. Unless you're saying she's not one of the kids. But I got the names. It lists all the names, and I managed to assign all the names. Assuming she is November root tree. I mean, you haven't identified the next president. It has his name as well. Next president, Guy Hudson. No, he's not. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that to me, saying it's only the... Yeah. You're right. You're right. He is a... You're right. But I am miffed, okay? Because this little girl, November, where does she fit? because I think you can place exactly where she should be. I mean, she should be here. Oh no, I'm being silly. It can still be her. Oh, I'm an idiot. I was saying it couldn't be her because there was no place for me to put the picture, but it's because I keep looking for this. I do think it's her. But the thing is, I don't know anything about her. I can't work out how to find out anything about her. Because I can't find her in anything. Yeah, I had the name before. But I couldn't find the name in anything. Can you search for that title? No. Yeah, so I can't do anything with that name. I also don't know anything about Edward Roottree. What? No idea. I'm sure I've searched every single one of these. So I do think a bit of this relies on a little on thinking a bit American. Thinking a bit American. What does that mean? Because there's one other thing you know about what Edward has done. Not sure I do. I kind of want to know how this works. Jim Roottree mentioned someone's new business in Modern Music Monthly. Well, who did he marry? Do you know anything about her? I mean, I know her ethnicity, approximately, as a guess from the art. I mean, should I be guessing based on name? Could she be Latino? No, this is gonna feel like Oberdin again, where I'm gonna be looking at people and being like, that man looks like he might be a Frenchman. And it sounds It feels all so unfair and probably racist. Don't know what I'm supposed to be getting out of that. Oh, is it? Oh, this font rendering when it zoomed out. Okay, I really want a bit of a revelation. So, what do you say about Jim Morrison? Jim Morrison. What? Or was it Jim Rootry? Raffertines. Ah, I missed that. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertise. Oh, he changed his name. Advertising firm. On it, there's an about page, and you find a picture labeled "The inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign." Below that, in more detail, Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Root Tree Super Bowl ad. Okay. How did I miss that? Okay. Okay, so this is wrong. We don't know what she does. But she's younger than college. I don't know how long K-12 goes on for. Ages 5 to 18. She could be under 18, I suppose. Okay. Alright, so that bit's done. Okay. root tree seems. Here we go. But it does mention at the time Jim and Diamond had a 2-year-old daughter they named Candy. Yeah, it's not a great name, is it? Okay, so she's a Candy root tree. How many root trees have we got left now? Jack, Christina, Robert, Ronald, although we think that's Robert and Ronald over there. Tessa, Wolf. If you're gonna call a kid Candy, you're probably gonna call a kid Wolf, right? Right, we need another hint. I don't like doing hints, but there's a tangent in James root tree's spider search result. So who is James? I do not remember James. Maybe I should be searching for all the names in the list. I didn't really want to do that. Well, maybe I do have to start doing that then. That didn't seem fun to me. Oh no. Oh, James is just Jim. James Roottree is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond, was with Diamond LaRue. Diamond's Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it's no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honour it personally themselves personally. It appears debate in the subsequent post about whether or not it's cool or pathetic. Among the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 includes pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. Okay. Oh, click on his face. Wolf. I was right about it being Wolf. She is a musician. All-female punk band not operating out in New York City. Opening act. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act. This one was unusual. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and they told they were rumoured to be the children of other famous musicians. Didn't want that to be why they became popular. Conquistador. Candy, Nikki, and Nina. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the very first thing the game has you do is search through people on a list. It just felt a bit weird to look at just look at the big list of names and search for them randomly. On the phone, I said I
On the
owed you an
phone, I
explanation.
said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet. I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake, so I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers, but not the candy company lawyers, my publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the root trees, especially Elias and the Five Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more
got it.
important than the rest. You've likely... Also, there are fewer root trees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relics. I don't have any more evidence for you. But trust your intuition. You're getting closer and closer to the truth.
Okay, fine. So this one is still connected to lots of things. And that one is still connected to lots of things. Okay. Let's look for some names that we don't have here. Let's look at some names of people who are root trees. Jack root tree. No. Christina root tree. No. Robert Ronald Tessa. Okay, so none of those have got a name that's useful. Cornwall came up earlier, you know? That's an interesting one, actually. So Gwyn, the actress, said in one of the articles about her name, Cornwall was a good name, but it wasn't as good as Root Tree. He was Cornwall, but he decided to take her name. She kept that name, that's why. I remember reading about that earlier. Okay, that's good. Other names jump out here. April Quaritch, Jack Roottree, Christina Roottree, Robert Ronald, Nicole Smith. That seems familiar. Did I search for Tessa Roottree already? Oops. Nicole Smith. Catherine Wilkins. Running out of things I can easily search for here. Joan Monroe. Okay. I'm gonna get another hint because time is running out. Modern 5 pieces flavors aren't very helpful, but there might be something in the description of the ad that is. I thought, you know, it's connected to a lot of things. I looked through it. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. Oh, is it worth? Is that a periodical? Knew it. The fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina Roottree first appeared on the cover on her 16th birthday. I knew it. Raina talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottree name famous for things beside candy. His older sister even wrote a book. Okay, so hold on. So, her grandpa was a history professor. His older sister wrote a book. Which one? What? Oh, his older sister. Right. Big silly. Grandma Laura. Okay. Okay, that was something. Nice. There's other things you can search from for the article, but it looks like you might have that information. In this one, I mean, there's this stuff here. PMS, brother trouble. I'm sure that's just the partner. Oh, I guess they might still say things, right? I deleted my note about him. A recent autograph signing, TMS told a Teen Blast reporter that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married Penelope, who played TMS's mom on the show. Ron is a distant relative of the Roottree sisters. Ron. Penelope, who played TMS's mom. So, bet that's Ron. And that's Penelope. So he he a screenwriter? Oh, where's it gone? Creators of the show, would that be producer, screenwriter? What do we think? Media mogul? I don't know if media mogul, I don't really know what media mogul means. Director, let's say. So this guy is then Robert Rittree. Okay. Ronald Rittree. Penelope. Let's do Brother Trouble. Is that the same article? Yeah. I feel like we should be able to find a picture from this show Brother Trouble. Oh, no. Brother Trouble was a 1989 sitcom about two 16-year-old brothers the same age, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as troubles that come from raising two boys who are extremely competitive sports academics need a romantic pursuit of their next door neighbour Roxy. Showrunner was small screen director Ron Rittree. The show had strong ratings through the entirety of season 1. Roxy with Sheridan and Baker tends at stardom, mostly okay, but there's no picture. RR Productions. Okay. That's useful. If he goes by Ron, is there a chance that he goes by Rob? No. November Retreat. Still a lot of connections here. I don't know which book she wrote that made people what's her name? Lauren Rittree. She wrote a bunch of books, but I'm not sure which book they would have read in school. Could have been Life Between Wars, I guess. Yes. Okay, let's have another hint. The other actor. I meant to do that. I'm getting sloppy because I'm worried about time. Gordon was going to take over at 5. I've asked him if I can do a little bit longer. But I don't want to hog the time. Dustin Christopher Baker. Okay, I thought I searched for her already. I guess I must have searched for her on the team thing. Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was TV star and Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labelled Joko Lantern 1997, as well as a different picture labelled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets 1994. Both been added to the evidence. Oh. Does that mean I got something wrong? No, it doesn't. So that's her. So that's 1997. And that's 1994. So that's first kid, the other one's second kid. So Jack is the first kid. He's a child. This is the second kid, who's also a root tree. How many root trees are left? Tessa. Wait. Could that be Tessa? Named after Tessa Green Penelope? Joko Lantern. I don't think I really get it. There's a Christina and a Tessa. Tessa seems like a reasonable guess there. So there's still a root tree name. But what root tree lines are left? Technically, Christina, root tree, but we don't know anything about him. And I don't know how to find anything about these ones. Would you like a hint about what I think is wrong? Go for it. You have one mistake. I think if you fix it, you'll have 4 blood relatives. Okay. Yeah, give me a hint about what's wrong. How do I know which brother's which of these two? Well, only one of them's married, right? They said Ron Roottree married Tessa Green Penelope. Yeah, but the photo. Oh. It was a guess. Because he looked older. So, because older's on the left, right? So I went with the kid that looked older. But it could be wrong. But it hasn't changed anything. I don't have enough occupations. Still think she's something to do with a green finger. Maybe the photo's a hint to let you know which is which. It does. That's the other thing. And that's the other reason I put him left, because his top says film school, right? And he went to film school. So I feel like I was right. I feel like it is him. But you telling me I'm wrong? Maybe he's not a director, maybe he's a writer, screenwriter. So what do you think I was wrong with then? Okay, we're getting there. I don't know what to do with these ones. This one still has loads of connections. But why? Why does it have loads of connections? We've done this bit. So what am I missing about it? It's a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article. From the Butler County Times. We do have that, right? That is the periodical we have. Butler County Times, yes. Just don't. Here's another hen ducky. There are several people related to the campaign mailer. Have you looked into them all? I mean, I haven't looked into her husband, Brian Jones. Jones Graphic and Print. Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Okay, here we go. Okay. Hey Gordon, hope you're doing alright. Hope your balcony's coming on okay. I'm okay. I think you'd like this game. It's very clever. Root tree motors, that's what we want. Wilkins Motors. Okay, that's important. Wilkins Motors. So do we have a Wilkins somewhere in here? That's our newest fixer. Okay, so that means this is actually Tessa. She is also a mechanic. She looks like this, which means that this kid is probably Christina Rutry, who is a baby. It is very Oberdin. Yeah, this is why I'm playing it. It's been very Oberdin. It's very enjoyable. Gordon, I'm trying to just hammer out these last few bits because I know you'll be keen to get on with your own one. I feel very close, so I'm trying to just get the last few bits done, if you don't mind. Something in my eye. I don't think she's a farmer. But it said she had a green thumb. Gwyneth Madsen. Oh, hold on, let's go back for a second. Root Tree Motors parents, yeah. Okay. Where has the Butler County School District? Butler Summer Theatre. That could be interesting. As it's not summer currently, their website is a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 season such a success. Website lists the credits of a musical, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. Choreography by November Studios. A local dance school. Okay. November Studios. Do we just assume that she's a dancer then? Butler Summer Theatre. Newspaper clipping. We did already look at this. You've never seen this? Didn't copy that there, did I? Well, you did say you didn't get all the faces right. What's her name again? Carolyn. Carolyn Morden. Carolyn Landon. How do I find these two's jobs? Oh, I don't like the fact that I've picked housewife a bunch of times in this. I don't really like how... I mean, I don't like how conventional the relationships are on the whole, but I do quite like that over time it's, you know, obviously it is a plot point. I mean, it is the overall plot, but it feels a bit unfun to be selecting these very boring, average families. But I really just like the picking housewife is working more often than not. Delete it. Where are we? I'll default to it. I don't like doing it. Let's see where we are now. Musicians and artists and dancers, so her peers. Artist? Oh, she's an artist. Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Who is Edward again? Oh yeah, him. So he's a lawyer as well. Oops. This still has a connection to something. Why is Atlantis? Oh, Atlantis is Burden, I see. Something else here I'm missing. Oh. Did this already, so what thing is this connected to that's still... There's something in here as well. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. So I mean, do I just put down her as farmer then? Don't really want to put her down as farmer. Farmer seems like you'd think they'd be gardener or something like that. I suspect he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Yeah. But they didn't get married in the end. Give me a hint, Ducky. That conspiracy site had a lot going on. I only noticed one thing that might be useful. I feel like we did a good job of searching for that, though. A Mayan ruby skull. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982 and nobody was arrested. Yep. And Ernie Manson Jr. stepped down. Yep. Carl died in a plane crash. On a simple page called The Art of Rafferty. Copyright 1997. On Prodigy that lists its author's email address as this. Below a bunch of gifts that say under construction, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned, "Me and my fiancée Lulu." Painting I did for my first year of college. Wait, oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I saw this earlier and didn't actually get the... I didn't get the timekeep reference. I don't know what it's a reference to. A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May, Go Tartans. It's an odd collage called Cousins, which needs to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist's statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my third cousins. This includes Davy, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture, she's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who's an only child. Chris's artwork... The cousins' photos will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpot, to edit the photos. This isn't really unscrambling, is it? Oh, this one's wrong. Ah. Oh, that was right. It's very easy to overclick. Reach out to my... Although... Wait, so... Oh no. No, I hate these puzzles. No. Oh god, I absolutely hate these things. So the good thing is it doesn't look like there's an actual strong center point. It looks like we've got more than enough space to play with. How are we to do this then? too tired for this. No. I hate these. Wait, hold on. Okay, that worked better, won't it?
Thanks for the cheese.
Thank you. I deserve that for this pain. I'm joking. Thank you very much. It's a bit easier now. This one I think probably goes. These other ones though. Okay. I don't really get these words. Dicho to my dichotomy. It's just a word. I was trying to scramble them. Okay. So we've got some pictures there. Inspect Chris's art project. Okay, so that's Chris Rafferty. Let's get him out of the way. Where is he? Here. He's a student, right? She was a farmer, okay. I've forgotten her name. Lulu. Oh, that's Luisa Garcia. So we were wrong about this lady. It says Chris Rafferty's cousin's art project and is said to include pictures of Davy, Bethany's yearbook picture, Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who's an only child. Okay, so it's going to be Stephanie. Oh, I didn't click on their faces. Oh, wait, I did. Didn't click on hers. Did click on him. Did click on her. Davy and which one's going to be a yearbook picture? That's a yearbook picture. Okay, so that's Bethany. He's Davy. Davy, student, UCLA. It's college, right? Bethany, student, college. I mean, it could be the other thing. Stephanie. I can't really tell the difference between the college ages. K-12 is up to 18. Is she 18? Yearbooks are a school thing, right? What does that say in the background of her picture? Middle school. Middle school is K-12 as well. So we're nearly there. We don't know Robert's job. There's only one left. What am I missing here? What am I missing here? He seems more like a Nicole Smith. I don't know if I've... What am I missing with this guy? Guy Hudson's article on Business Watch. Who's Guy Hudson? Guy was the this guy. Other pictures I don't have. Oh yes, boys and girls agree. I forgot to search for that earlier. A good idea to look into people's business ventures. Ron Rootree's company sounds interesting, but I did look into it. RR Productions, did I just forget to search for it? Defunct production company responsible for Brother Trouble. You found a comment on a Usenet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumors about RR Productions, Ron and Robbie Roottree. So he's probably also either a director or a screenwriter. Ron was a director. Robbie, because I searched for Rob Roottree, but I didn't search for Robbie Roottree. There's not much relevant information about Robbie Roottree. In a comment thread on a message board about television cliches, you find a thread. I think it's because the writing went really downhill. Remember that. So he's the writer. Let's see. I don't think it counts as smashing it when you're getting hints from the computer. Top secret.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations! I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
I missed the name there as well, look. So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to pick Patricia Christensen for this. Because I mean, we can look at what I actually wrote about this earlier. Patricia Christensen had an affair with Elias when they were young. My understanding of affair is when one person's married, but then he wouldn't be married if they were young. And I guess he just, yeah, I just misunderstood what they meant by an affair. Do I know the central question? Yeah, I mean, I wrote the answer earlier.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottree, and his partner was John Miller?
I mean, you recorded audio lines for them, so...
That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottree. Yup, I got old. The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago. My book tells the truth about Elias, of 5 pieces, and my parents.
Yeah. You were raised by a disowned gay man and his partner because you were the child of a young illicit affair.
Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the Five Pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning. My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man, but his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not. At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand. Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable. The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his Five Pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
Green.
We were sent to the farm, and the Five Pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary. Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard. And while the Five Pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all, but there he is in the background. The 6th five-piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy. Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father.
I mean, Patsy did write in this entry that she thought him being gay was a terrible thing, though, and that she was really worried that he was going to teach his horrible ways to her. So she wasn't the best.
At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the Five Pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president. But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Roottree. He nearly ruined the company. When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family
Thanks for the
billions.
cheese.
Thanks, Gordon. Huge donation. Wow.
Ernie earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point. Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry.
Oh. Silver screen. We didn't get one of the periodicals, I guess. Or maybe we did get that one. Oh, I think I just didn't search for him in that one.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock.
Ah, I thought Ron or Robbie, one of them was trying to get her out, but thought it was a bit weird because of the age difference. But it wasn't. He was trying to get his own brother out. And the crime was the embezzling.
That sounded familiar. The Clancy Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancid Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight, thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light. And when it does, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours. Like I said at the beginning, set for life. Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more root trees somehow appear from thin air, this is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
Close the door right in her face, or don't you? Thanks to your hard work, Sam Madsen's book was published. It received mixed reviews. Life went on, and a new president took over the company. The Root Tree family faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. Root Tree Mania is now unlocked as a new game. I'm a secret root tree. What happens if you do continue? Does it start the next one? Regardless. Find out what happens to the infamous family and a whole new mystery. Wow. Well, I've played longer than I was supposed to. Gordon's in the chat. Gordon, do you want to hop on now? Are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Cool. Well, let's do a very quick donations overview. See where we got to. Well, okay. My keyboard is doing weird things. One thing has focus here clearly. Let's try this again. Where do we get to? £3,753 raised the £4,000 target. Amazing. Thanks, Gordon and Kaylee, for the massive slice of cheese there. Appreciate it. Sean, who usually joins in and does streams and did some awesome VR stuff in the past. Sorry I couldn't help this year. Have some cheese to support. No worries. Of course, there's always going to be more. Grandpapa, somebody's grandpapa. Cheese with everything. Alistair, Duncan, and our big donations and everybody else that I thanked earlier on. Amazing. I'm going to do a very quick check-in on this campaign in general. See where we are. It's running all month. £5,805 by 100 supporters. Christopher doing amazing work. There's Mags. Mags does great stuff. Mags has been doing this for a very, very long time. 14th year. Amazing. Streaming at the moment, right now. I'm not going to press this, but streaming at the moment, well worth a watch or a follow. And yeah, that's me. Thank you very much for tuning in. That was cool. I enjoyed it. It was a cool game. I will try out the extra bonus game and the sequel. and I'll find some time to play all of the various Golden Idol games that I want to play as well. So I'll head off now, and Gordon will resume the stream in a minute. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chatting. Catch you later.